In the early 2000s, in a quiet Austrian town, there lived a seemingly ordinary man named Joseph Fritzl. He had been a fixture in his neighborhood for decades. He had a wife, he had children, grandchildren, a steady job. Sure, to friends and neighbors, he could be more than a little controlling. Frankly, he was downright intimidating at times, but even so, he never displayed any kind of behavior that would prepare anyone for what authorities would eventually uncover. Hidden behind the walls of this man's home was a secret so shocking that it would take a community by storm. It would dominate global headlines, and it would leave even seasoned detectives struggling to comprehend how it could have possibly remained concealed for so long. For years, strange questions had lingered around this family. Their daughter had disappeared, and yet her children began showing up under unusual circumstances. Their stories never quite added up, yet explanations were accepted that now in hindsight seem almost impossible to believe. Yet through it all, somehow life in this small town continued on as normal. That is, until one fateful spring day in 2008. A young woman was rushed to a hospital, suffering from a mysterious and life-threatening illness. Her condition was dire, and doctors needed information that no one seemed able to provide. And actually, it would be their search for answers that would unravel one of the most disturbing family secrets in modern criminal history. And when the full story emerged, the world would learn that an actual living nightmare had been unfolding beneath everyone's noses and everyone's feet for over 20 years. This story was kindly requested by Shelley and Inlay, as well as an additional subscriber who opted to remain anonymous. So thank you to all of you for your interest in this case and for making this video possible. This is the story of Joseph Fritzl. What is up, you guys? Welcome back to the channel. And as you can tell by my naked face, welcome to another gruesome Get Ready With Me video. That's right. We're back, baby. I'm gonna level with you. I didn't plan on taking as long away from doing makeup as I have, but long story short, I was on a supplement that I didn't realize was completely fucking up my skin for like months. It got really bad there for a while, so I just was not feeling very confident in coming on camera and talking to you guys barefaced. To be frank, it has taken me weeks and weeks and weeks just to get it to where it is now, which still isn't great, but it's at least much more passable than it has been. So we are back. We are doing the makeup thing today. Get psyched. If this is your first time seeing my face and that rant made absolutely no sense to you, my name is Jessica, and every week I sit down here with you guys and we discuss different true crime cases whilst I put on some makeup. So if that sounds of interest to you, I'd say subscribe, stick around, and join me back here each week. You are also, of course, invited to like and to comment and to hype this video if you feel so inclined. Obviously, none of those things are required, but they do help out the channel. So I appreciate very much those of you who take the time to do so. Either way, though, now with all of the obligatory YouTube stuff out of the way, let's go ahead and get into today's case. All right, so as I mentioned in the intro, today's story actually takes place in Austria. So I'm gonna apologize up front for what I'm assuming is going to be a lot of just horribly mispronounced words today. I'm gonna do my best, sure, but I think we all know that even that is usually subpar. So Joseph Fritzl, yuck. Joseph was born on April 9th, 1935 in Amstetten, Austria. He was the only child born to his parents, Joseph Sr. and Maria Fritzl. And from what I was able to gather, that was likely a good thing, because to hear Joseph tell it, Maria was a cruel, cranky old bitch. She sucked, which obviously sucked for Joseph, because by the time he was like, I think 4, Joseph Sr., he dipped out altogether. Evidently, he was a raging alcoholic, so it wasn't like he was probably going to provide much, if any, solace for Joseph if he had been present. But because he did leave the family, this left Joseph all alone with Maria, who, from all accounts, kind of sort of sounds like she might have hated her son. According to statements that Joseph would make later in his adulthood, he claimed that Maria would beat him, that she would kick him, and that she would pummel him until he was quite literally laying unconscious on the floor in a pool of his own blood. As if that wasn't horrible enough, he also claims that she routinely verbally abused him as well. She was allegedly constantly hurling insults at the kid, telling him that he was no good and that he was gonna grow up to be a criminal. She would even supposedly flat out call him Satan to his face. And of course, yes, all of this is absolutely awful. Just an abhorrent and inexcusable way to speak to anyone, let alone your child. However, knowing what I know, and knowing what I know about who this guy grows up and what he goes on to do, I don't know. I can't help but think that maybe, just maybe, Mommy Dearest might have had like a sixth sense about what exactly might be festering within her son. Obviously, I'm not claiming that what she did was right. I'm just saying that, you know, in hindsight, it's a little hard to care. Joseph claims that his mother was very strict, that she refused to allow him to have any friends or to spend any time outside of his home with any of his peers. So that combined with the fundamental lack of love and affection that he was dealing with at home, suffice it to say that Joseph grew up very isolated and very detached and was a very lonely child. And as if what he was subjected to within his own home wasn't bad enough, please think of the time frame that this kid was growing up in. Like I said, he was born in early 1935, so he was just barely pushing 3 years old when Nazi Germany invaded and annexed Austria. Realistically, his mom could have been June freaking Cleaver, and his childhood was still going to be marred by intense fear and violence and uncertainty. So couple the political climate with his beast of a mother, good God, talk about your living hell. That said though, even with as terrible as Joseph claims that Maria was, he also claims that he loved her very, very deeply. Maybe even like a little too deeply, but we'll get into that in a little bit. And this phenomenon is actually pretty common amongst boys with domineering and abusive mothers. They often experience intense feelings of love and protectiveness and loyalty towards them. Sort of like Stockholm Syndrome me. You know, it's a survival mechanism. Even though this abuse should shatter the foundational relationship of trust and safety, children are so dependent on their mothers for survival that their brains are hardwired to maintain that attachment at all costs. So rather than resentment or hate, they actually develop deep sympathy and affection for their moms as like a subconscious coping strategy to try to minimize the harm that the abuse is actually doing to them. This then often creates complex and deeply confusing emotional bonds that tend to persist well into adulthood, which again, we will soon see here. And obviously, I don't tell you any of this stuff about Joseph's upbringing to try to excuse what he goes on to do. Obviously, I made a joke 2 seconds ago about not caring that he went through this, even though obviously I feel empathy for the child. Regardless of where his issues stemmed from, his crimes are inexcusable, to say the least. I simply bring these things up because, one, it's how the story goes, and two, while not an excuse, it does perhaps help to explain how and why the story does ultimately end up where it does. And where it ends up is nowhere great. I will tell you that now. Now, if I've done my math correctly, then Joseph would have finished up his time at secondary school, the Austrian equivalent to high school, sometime in the mid to early 50s. I want to say 53, but that is just based off of his birth year plus 18 years. So I could, of course, be off in that estimate. Because I also saw somewhere that Austrian high school really only goes until you're 15. Either way, after finishing his compulsory schooling, or as the natives call it, Schulpflicht, Joseph went on to attend attend a technical college from which he would graduate with qualifications in electrical engineering. So unfortunately, he wasn't exactly dumb per se. Conversely, he was actually quite skilled at his vocation, which he would definitely go on to use his professional knowledge for some unsavory things later down the line. For now, though, as of the mid-ish 50s, Joseph kind of seems like he was just your regular, average, run-of-the-mill kind of guy. He got a job working at a steel-based technology and capital goods group called Voestalpine, which was located in Linz, Austria. So we're talking about 60 kilometers northwest of Amstetten, where he had grown up. Obviously, he'd finished up school, he'd gotten himself a nice job, he got himself a little wife. Joseph married a woman named Rosemarie in 1956, although now that I say it out loud, woman might actually be a generous term, because at the time, Joseph was, yes, 21. However, Rosemarie, she was just 17 years old. Not great, obviously, but at the time, the age of consent was just 14. So I guess it was at least better than it could have been. At any rate, though, all things considered, things seemed to be going fairly well for Joseph and for Rosemarie. Actually, things were going so well for the couple that when Joseph's elderly, ailing mother needed a place to stay, they were able to welcome her comfortably and with open arms. At least at first, they did. Initially, the arrangement started out likely how we'd all imagine. However, as time wore on, Joseph, he had some demons start to creep up. Some deep-seated issues, no doubt from his childhood, started to rear their ugly head. And in turn, this very much began to influence the way that he treated his mother. She went from a welcomed house guest to more or less Joseph's prisoner. He became incredibly controlling and domineering over her now that he was the adult and he could hold his own against her. And for all intents and purposes, he rendered his mom as his captive. He boarded up the windows to her room. He never let her go outside. He even went so far as to tell his neighbors, who had the gall to ask about her, that she had died. Yeah, that was why they weren't seeing her around anymore. Mind you, she was still very much alive and very much around. Joseph had just basically locked her away one day and she never saw the light of day again. For the better part of 20 years, he kept Maria locked up like this until she finally actually died sometime in 1980. And throughout this time frame, Joseph and Rosemarie, they had built themselves quite a family. The couple had a total of 7 children. 7, as in 1 more than 6 and 1 less than 8. They had 3 sons and 4 daughters, once again coming together for a combined total of 7 kids. Sorry, I know it's unnecessary for me to keep harping on that, but that's so many kids. Maybe that was just the culture back then in Austria, because the Von Trapp of it all. Unfortunately for everyone involved, Joseph and his children would become well known for reasons much different than their musical capabilities, but let me not get ahead of myself. Now, sadly, despite having had his own completely miserable childhood, Joseph made no attempts to break that cycle when it came to his and Rosemarie's children. Rosemarie was a homemaker and a housewife. She was reportedly kind and loving and patient with all of her children. However, when it came to Joseph, he apparently treated his children much more reminiscently of how his mother had treated him. He was strict, he was physically abusive, he was tyrannical, evidently really rounding out the authoritarian father stereotype by, quote, ruling his home with an iron fist. An iron fist and some wild ass eyebrows. Good God. Look at those things. Now, thankfully for Rosemarie and the children, Joseph would eventually take on a job as a technical equipment salesman, and this meant that he did travel a fair bit for work, so that often left them peacefully to themselves while he was away on business. And by this point, the family had settled into their now infamous home located at 40 Ypstrafa, quite the unassuming house for all of the atrocities that would go on to take place there. Now, unfortunately, while Joseph being out of the house did bring some peace and some ease to his wife and children, as it would turn out, Joseph might have been using this time away from home to terrorize other innocent and unsuspecting women. While there are multiple crimes that are suspected as having been committed by Joseph throughout the years, outside of his most notable crimes, there is only one other crime that has been determined beyond a shadow of a doubt to have actually 100% have been carried out by Joseph. So, it's 1967. Joseph has been a creep for years at this point. He was well known for being a peeping Tom and for frequently exposing himself to unsuspecting women. He was never held accountable for any of those crimes, at least not to any degree that I'm aware of, but found legally responsible or not, this pattern of behavior was mentioned frequently throughout the sources that I collected during my research. However, on this night in particular, a quick scare or watching from afar, apparently the thought of that was not enough for Joseph anymore. So, acting on this apparently escalating desire, Joseph actually broke into a woman's house. This was a 24-year-old nurse whose husband happened to be out of town at the time. So Joseph broke in. He held her at knife point before he proceeded to rape her. He showed her no mercy, telling her the whole time that if she were to scream or to try to resist, that he would not hesitate to kill her. Now, thankfully, the woman did comply with Joseph, and he stuck to his word. Because of her cooperation, he did not harm her any further than just the rape. Not that that wasn't already plenty damaging enough, but you get what I'm saying. Now, thankfully, Joseph was actually arrested for this crime relatively quickly after he committed it. I don't have a lot of information about how he was caught or anything like that. All I know is that he was arrested and he was subsequently sentenced to 18 months in prison. Yes, you heard that right. 18 months, not years. He was sentenced to 18 months, of which he served 12, and provided he didn't get into any further trouble beyond that conviction, in accordance with Austrian law at the time, the record of that rape would actually be expunged from his record after just 15 years. And spoiler alert, it was. Something that would actually go on to help his later crimes continue to fly under the radar. But again, let me not get ahead of myself. Now, why Rosemarie didn't pack her shit and her kids and leave her husband after he was convicted of rape, that is beyond me. All I can think of is that she is constantly reported as having been very submissive and very passive towards Joseph. She basically did whatever he said. So therefore, did she also let him do whatever he wanted? Because again, this lack of consequences, I think that is why he feels so emboldened later in his life to do some of the things that he goes on to do. Because everyone kind of just seems to be letting this man do him, for better or for worse. Now, if you'll remember, I mentioned briefly that Joseph and Rosemarie had themselves quite the gaggle of children, I guess you could say. And born smack in the middle of that posse was a little girl named Elizabeth. Elizabeth Fritzl was born on April 6th, 1966. Like I said, she was the fourth children of 7, born to Joseph and Rosemarie. And to hear Joseph tell it, she was one of the most, if not the most, difficult of their children. According to Joseph, as Elizabeth got older, she gradually just stopped obeying his rules. She started acting out and breaking rules. She was rebelling and seemed to be the only one that ever dared to question her father or to challenge his authority. Especially when she hit puberty, that is when Joseph claims that Elizabeth got really out of control. And while yes, I think that most kids start to rebel or start to push back at least a little against their parents when they hit their stride in adolescence. However, what I think more so spurred on Elizabeth's rebellion and her flagrant disregard for authority was the fact that in 1977, when she was just 11 years old, Joseph began routinely sexually abusing her. Yes, his very own daughter. He started molesting her when she was 11. However, with time, that abuse quickly escalated to full-blown rape. So, a big fucking surprise that she started acting out and pushing back against authority. She was crying out for help with no bodily autonomy and nowhere that she truly felt safe. Elizabeth was undoubtedly rebelling just to try to regain some semblance of control. It is literally textbook. Yet Joseph fully believed that Elizabeth's behavior had nothing to do with him and everything to do with the fact that she was just a bad kid. To the best of my knowledge, Elizabeth is the only one out of his 7 children that Joseph went on to sexually abuse. And what makes that all the more sicker, more than the fact that it was just happening at all, is the fact that there's speculation that Joseph singled Elizabeth out in particular for his depravity because she most resembled Maria, as in his own mother. Yeah, this guy is a whole new breed of fucking sick and twisted. And because of all of this, as I'm sure you can understand, basically from the age of 11 years old and on, Elizabeth's main goal, her main objective in life, was to get the absolute hell out of her house and away from her father. Even outside of the physical and the sexual abuse, this monster made Elizabeth's life absolutely miserable, day in and day out. He forbid her from having friends. He never let her go anywhere other than school. He wouldn't let her wear makeup. He was controlling over how she dressed. I mean, God forbid she ever dare to talk to a boy. Like, this man truly viewed his daughter as his personal possession, his own personal sexual, plaything. He did absolutely everything in his power that he possibly could to try to isolate her from the outside world. Now, if you know this story, then you know that this behavior was just some wild ass foreshadowing. However, from Elizabeth's perspective, she was hopeful that she was only going to have to deal with this behavior from her father for just a little bit longer. After completing her compulsory education, so again, the Austrian equivalent of high school, I think, Elizabeth was 17. And in order to prepare for the workforce, she had actually enrolled in some classes in hopes of becoming a waitress. And I'm not exactly sure what happened or what the isolated catalyst was for this next part. Maybe there wasn't one, and this was just a response to everything that she had been through cumulatively. But in January of 1983, for whatever reason, Elizabeth decided that she had had enough. And she actually managed to run away from home. She booked it all the way from Amstetten, 129 kilometers east, to Vienna. I guess a friend of hers that she had met at work lived in Vienna, and so she bunked up with them for 3 weeks before police were finally able to track her down. And sadly, once they did find her, they plucked her out of the safe haven she had found, and they hauled her straight back to Amstetten and straight back to Joseph. I cannot even imagine how defeating this must have felt for Elizabeth. How completely out of control and completely stuck she must have felt. She was so close to freedom, both physically and legally, and yet it remained just out of her reach. In accordance with Austrian law, by this point in her life, she was old enough to face criminal accountability. She was old enough to vote. She was old enough to buy beer or to buy wine. Yet the one thing that she apparently wasn't old enough for was for anyone to listen to her or to take her seriously when she told them that she was not safe in her home. And so, like I said, she was brought right back. She hopped right back into her waitressing course, still banking on this one potential way out. And from there, things pretty much went back to normal, despite just how terrible Elizabeth's normal had always been. Elizabeth finished her waitressing course in mid-1984, so she was around 18 at this point. And after she'd finished her schooling, she was actually offered a waitressing job in nearby Lynn's relatively quickly. She truly was just like this close to finally getting out and to finally getting the freedom and the peace that she had so desperately been dreaming of. However, seeing the writing on the wall, Joseph, he refused to give Elizabeth up. He decided instead that he was going to keep her in his house and under his thumb, quite literally, by any means necessary. If you remember, Joseph was an electrical engineer by trade. And so drawing on this knowledge and on this experience, he was actually able to design, build, and maintain a highly complex underground dungeon just below his home. Yes, in 1978, under the guise of building a fallout shelter, Joseph applied for a permit to expand his basement. As I'm sure you can imagine, his engineering background was instrumental in this process, allowing him to accurately calculate structural loads, to reinforce walls. Because the bunker was airtight and windowless, buried meters underground, Joseph also drew on his professional expertise in order to install and maintain complex ventilation and plumbing systems. That way he could ensure a continuous supply of oxygen and a mechanism for waste removal. He also successfully soundproofed the entire facility. He insulated the concrete walls to make sure that his wife and children directly above the dungeon would just remain none the wiser. When all was said and done, Joseph had constructed a cramped 60 square meter concrete labyrinth hidden behind 8 consecutive doors with a final main entrance door made of concrete concealed behind a shelf in his workshop. This specific door was also operated by a hidden remote control mechanism that required a specific digital code known only to him. Like, he really didn't want anyone getting in or out of this place. Along with a highly sophisticated security system, the dungeon itself featured 5.5-foot ceilings and no windows. It consisted of a narrow corridor that led to a makeshift kitchen, a small bathroom, and some very tight sleeping quarters. Like I said, there was absolutely no natural light and no fresh air, which meant that anyone in the space would have to rely entirely on artificial lighting and on a mechanical air pump. For the better part of 5 years, Joseph tirelessly and painstakingly constructed this torture chamber. He spent hours every day in the basement, claiming that he was working on electrical projects or blueprints or machinery, when in actuality, right there, in plain sight, he was building a prison for his very own daughter. And in August of 1984, just before Elizabeth could gain or secure her independence, Joseph put his dungeon to use, and he put his horrible plan into action. On August 28th, 1984, Joseph approached Elizabeth and he asked her if she wouldn't mind helping him with a project down in the basement. My guess is that this request likely took Elizabeth by surprise, because Joseph was an absolute nutcase when it came to this basement. Obviously, we know why, but to his family, he always just presented it as his workspace. He positioned it as somewhere off limits to the family and where he needed absolute peace and quiet and tranquility in order to work. So now, being explicitly asked to come down into the basement and to help her father out, I have to imagine that this came as quite a shock to Elizabeth. That said, though, on the other hand, we've discussed that Joseph was a tyrant in that house. What he said went. And so whether she wanted to help him or not, she very likely felt as if she didn't have the option to say no. So she followed him into the basement, where he requested that she help him by holding a door into place, which she did. However, what she was completely unaware of was the fact that she was quite literally helping her father to entomb her into her very own dungeon. Once Joseph had the door fitted and secured into place, the last and final piece to this horrifying puzzle, likely before Elizabeth could even process what was happening, he ambushed her with a towel soaked in ether and pressed it over her nose and her mouth until she fully lost consciousness. Once he had her knocked out, he then carried her limp, unresponsive body into this chamber where he would imprison her for the next 24 years. He drug her into this prison and he chained her to the wall before he just left her there, I guess, to wake up and to try to piece together what was happening to her all by herself. Because mind you, he still had to keep up appearances upstairs. He couldn't let his wife or his children know that just a couple of feet beneath them, he had Elizabeth locked up like an actual fucking animal. I mean, ironically, this guy is the animal between the two of them, but I digress. Actually, I guess I'm not really gonna digress that much, because, like, it's quite clear why he was choosing to lock Elizabeth up and to keep her imprisoned like this. Later, he would try to convince authorities that he had simply done this as a means to essentially protect Elizabeth from herself, which, like, give me a fucking break. Because in reality, this man had locked his daughter up like this. He had entombed her in this concrete prison simply so that he could keep her as his sex slave. Yes, this man made his way down into this hidden dungeon damn near every day so that he could repeatedly rape and sexually torture his very own daughter. This sick, fucking, disgusting pig man. Ugh. I truly cannot believe that people like this exist. Like, it is inconceivable to me. This man even went so far as to have Elizabeth herself write a cover story for him. Because obviously, people were going to realize that she was there one day and just poof, gone the next. As I'm sure you'd expect, Rosemarie was beside herself when it started to become evident that Elizabeth was gone. She even filed a formal missing persons report with the police in Amstetten. I mean, rightfully so, she was wigging the absolute fuck out. Meanwhile, Joseph's just sitting there like, yeah, wow, this is crazy. I wonder where she could be. He did try to ease some of Rosemarie's worry by telling her that more than likely Elizabeth had just run away again. You know, she'd done it before, so why would this time be any different? No chance that she's actually just chained up in a full-on dungeon that I've constructed just below your feet. This is obviously Joseph saying this. But no matter what he said, or no matter how he tried to get his wife to drop the subject, to just get over the fact that her daughter was missing, Rosemarie would not budge. She wanted police on the case. She wanted people looking for her daughter. And most importantly, she wanted her daughter found. You know, pretty much exactly the opposite of what Joseph wanted. And so to combat this, one day, I think like a month or so into Elizabeth's captivity, Joseph sneaks away. He creeps down into the basement like the slimy little cockroach he is. He goes to Elizabeth and he forces her to write him a letter. He wants her to address the letter to him and Rosemarie. And in the letter, he wants her to explicitly state that she's fine. He told her to really drive home the fact that she was not missing and to explain to them that she had left on her own volition. He instructed her to confirm that she had, in fact, run away again, that she was tired of living with the family, and that she wasn't coming back. He had her write that they should call off the searches and just learn to live without her. And obviously, this letter was in Elizabeth's handwriting, so it did help to quell Rosemarie's fears a little bit. And when she asked Joseph what he thought about the letter, without hesitation, he told her that he wasn't really surprised. He reminded Rosemarie that Elizabeth had always been difficult, and he told her that if he had to guess, he figured that she had likely ran off and joined a cult or something. Like, he actually told people that. Told people that his best guess was that Elizabeth had run away and that she had joined a cult. All the while, he full well knew that he had this girl locked up in his secret basement just feet away from his family's backyard swimming pool.
You sicko!
And devastatingly, this letter, it worked. Everyone believed it. Everyone grew to accept it. And gradually, they all just stopped expecting to ever find Elizabeth. And even more devastating than that, they stopped looking for her. Meanwhile, she was right beneath their feet. And she would remain there for the next almost 3 decades. The first few years of her captivity, Elizabeth spent mostly alone, aside from all the visits from Daddy Dearest. But otherwise, for the first 4 years that she was trapped in that cellar, Elizabeth did not see, nor did she speak to a human being other than Joseph. And the only reason that she would end up getting to experience the company of someone else was because she ultimately wound up pregnant. In late 1987, Elizabeth turned up pregnant, obviously with Joseph's baby, and she would give birth to this child sometime in 1988. This first baby was a girl. Elizabeth named her Kirsten, and while I cannot even begin to fathom how scary it was for her to carry out a pregnancy and to give birth alone in this dungeon, when all was said and done, having this little baby, it meant everything to Elizabeth. Yeah, the circumstances were god awful, but Kirsten gave Elizabeth purpose. She gave her a reason to fight and to endure what she was going through. She loved her little girl, and she used that love as her reason to live and her reason to push through the near daily abuse that she was being put through. And throughout her captivity, Elizabeth would become pregnant numerous times, and ultimately she would give birth to 7 different babies. Obviously, we know that Kirsten came in 1988, then came Stefan in 1990, Lisa in 1992, Monica in 1994, Michael in 1996, and Alexander in 1996. Yes, twins. And then finally, Felix in 2002. To be quite frank, the fact that she was able to carry out even one of these pregnancies and these births successfully and live to tell the tale, that's a miracle in and of itself. But this girl carried out 6 different pregnancies and separate births. For Kirsten's birth, Joseph prepped Elizabeth with nothing more than a self-help pregnancy book, a pair of scissors, some diapers, and a blanket. And once she had given birth, Joseph didn't come back to check on her or to re-up their supplies for 10 days. And over the course of the following 14 years, each and every time Elizabeth gave birth, she did so completely alone. She had no help, no medical oversight, no painkillers. All she had to guide her was the desire for her children to live and her biological instincts. As a human that has in fact given birth, I cannot even begin to express to you how terrifying it is for me to think about going through what Elizabeth went through. Pregnancy is scary, and labor is scary, and birth is scary. And let's not forget to circle back to the fact that this woman gave birth to twins. Are you fucking kidding me? Every single twin pregnancy, every single one of them, is immediately considered to be high risk. Pregnancy in general is inherently risky and physiologically demanding. So double that, cram 2 separate humans in there, you are basically automatically doubling all of the risks that a mom and a baby would run during a singleton pregnancy. Preeclampsia, gestational diabetes, preterm birth. These scenarios are all substantially more common in twin pregnancies than they are in single baby pregnancies. The need for a C-section is also significantly more likely when it comes to twin births than it is for single babies. Over 60% of twins are born prematurely, and 1 in 4 twins end up in the NICU, whether to address low birth weight or underdeveloped organ systems. Whatever the case may be, these are all things that obviously Elizabeth's twins did not have access to. So the fact that both she and her babies didn't die during this birth, that is a freaking miracle. However, sadly, over the days following the boy's birth, Michael did begin to show some signs that something was very, very wrong. He was having a lot of trouble breathing, and because Joseph refused to take him to get any sort of medical care, since that would inevitably expose all of his dirty little secrets, baby Michael died just a few days after he and his brother were born. And I mean, I don't know if it is awful to say this or not, but I can't believe that this wasn't a more common occurrence, considering Elizabeth's birthing conditions and the conditions of this cellar. But because she and all of her babies up to this point had managed to survive, this loss was devastating for Elizabeth. She had had miscarriages in the cellar before, and that had been hard enough on her. But to birth this baby, and for him to be alive, and for him to hold him and love him, and then watch him fade away before her very eyes, this was crushing to her. And it was also a lot for the older children that were still living in the basement and that witnessed not just the birth, but also baby Michael's death. And of course, cold and callous as ever, when Joseph returned to see that Michael had died, he simply plucked the boy's body out of the cellar and he took him to be incinerated in order to cover up what he had done. And like, I know that I keep saying it, but just what a disgusting, reprehensible piece of shit this man is. It is unbelievable to me. Now, by this point, you may be starting to wonder, like, how on earth did this many people fit into the tiny little bunker that Joseph had built? And the answer to that question is they didn't. In multiple ways. And what I mean by that is, 1, Joseph would eventually go on to expand the cellar. He made modifications to it to try to give Elizabeth and some of her children more space to live and to roam. However, I believe prior to this, after the birth of Elizabeth's 3rd child, Lisa, Joseph actually began taking the children from Elizabeth and raising them out of the cellar, upstairs, with Rosemarie. Allow me to explain. Prior to the expansion of the dungeon, which took place in 1994, Joseph realized that at the rate that Elizabeth was managing to churn out his children, they were looking at running out of room in these living quarters very, very quickly. So what was his solution? Was it to release his captives and allow them to be free and to go out and to live normal lives outside of this concrete prison? No, of course not. No, his solution was to take the kids from Elizabeth. He would then place them on his doorstep, complete with a note explaining to Rosemarie that these were Elizabeth's kids and asking her and Joseph to take them in, to look after them and to raise them for her. In total, he did this with 3 of his and Elizabeth's total 7 children, Lisa, Monica, and Alexander. And what is crazy about this, I mean, other than all of it, was that Joseph and Rosemarie did this all completely legally and completely above board, relatively speaking. He and Rosemarie actually contacted police and they contacted social services and they went through all of the proper channels and they jumped through all of the necessary hoops to legally be designated as her guardians. And you'd think that because, if you'll remember, this man was a convicted rapist, surely they wouldn't let him basically become a foster parent. However, this is where the fact that Joseph's record got expunged comes into play. Because Joseph wasn't convicted of any crimes following the rape in 1967. And to clarify, it's 1993 when he and Rosemarie discovered baby Lisa. So we're well beyond the 15-year expungement threshold. So when social services came and they spoke to Joseph and they looked into his history and into his background, they saw nothing of note that would have given them any pause. There were no red flags and no reason for them not to allow Joseph and his wife to take in these children. And so now, knowing how to circumvent the capacity of the dungeon and knowing how to Tetris these kids around in a way that made them more manageable for him, Joseph now had no limitations. He had no reason to fear. From where he was sitting, he could keep Elizabeth in that basement, locked up like this, forever. And I genuinely believe this is what he hoped and planned on doing. And so, over the span of like 3-4-ish years, from 1993 to 1996, as we know, 3 of Elizabeth's children would miraculously show up on Joseph and Rosemarie's doorstep. My guess is that it would have been 4 had baby Michael survived, but either way, all 3 of them were dropped off on the Fritzl doorstep with notes that Joseph had forced Elizabeth to write, claiming that she couldn't care for them and that she needed her parents to take them in. They were each then legally adopted by Joseph and Rosemarie, and they each then got to grow up upstairs in the main house, believing that their mother had abandoned them. None of them, save for Joseph, had any idea that 1, he was their father, or that 2, their mother hadn't abandoned them, and 3, that she was locked up in the basement just beneath their feet. That she was being held prisoner for years with the other half of their siblings. Multiple times over the course of years, there were police officers and social workers, even various tenants, all in and out of the Fritzl house, basically a revolving door of potential witnesses, all coming and going, in and out as they pleased, some unannounced, some whose literal job it was to make sure that the house was safe. And yet none of them ever saw anything that would indicate to them that 4 people were being held hostage in that basement behind Joseph's workshop. As previously mentioned, Joseph did eventually allow for a minor expansion of the dungeon. Big of him, I know. However, while I suppose that it could be viewed as a net positive for Elizabeth and the kids, the process for them was by no means easy. Because Joseph is pushing 60 at this point. So while he clearly had no problem fathering children into his advanced age,
Disgusting!
He, I guess, was not really so much for the physical labor portion of life anymore. So to facilitate the expansion, rather than renting equipment or doing the work himself like he had when he'd originally built the dungeon, Joseph instead forced Elizabeth and the children to dig out the area for the expansion themselves. By hand. Yeah, this took them years of backbreaking and unrelenting hard work, literally clawing through the earth just to try to get a couple more feet of living space. For their troubles, along with an added 200 square feet of living space, Joseph also gifted them with a TV, a radio, and a VCR. And so, to pass the time, Elizabeth would do her best to try to educate her children. They would watch movies together, she would try to teach them how to read and write, just very clearly doing everything in her power to try to provide them with as normal of a life as she possibly could, given the circumstances. No matter what, though, Joseph always wielded the power. They relied on him 100% for food and supplies. He controlled the power and the amenities, all of which he would not hesitate to take away from them if ever he felt that they needed to be punished or to be taught a lesson. He also warned them that the cellar was rigged with poison gas and with electric, suggesting to them that if they ever so much as tried to escape or even to tamper with the door, they would either be electrocuted or gassed to death. And as if that wasn't terrifying enough, please remember that this man is also coming down and routinely and violently sexually assaulting Elizabeth right there in front of the children. So suffice it to say that they didn't just fear him, but they fully believed that he was not just capable, but also willing to follow through on any and all of his threats. There was nothing that these poor people did not believe that he would do to them if push came to shove. No depths that they felt that he was above sinking to. Even as Joseph progressed through his 60s and into his 70s, he still maintained absolute control over Elizabeth, Kirsten, Stefan, and Felix. Because while, yes, Joseph had his own strength and mobility problems because he was old, his prisoners were weak and feeble in their own right from years of living in these horrible and putrid conditions. They all suffered from a profound vitamin D deficiency due to their complete lack of sunlight. This, of course, weakened their bones and destroyed their immune systems, effectively rendered them anemic. They all also suffered from back and neck issues, poor posture, mobility problems from years of restricted movement from crouching under a 5.5-foot ceiling. Because of their cramped living space, Stefan and Felix in particular also struggled with their ability to perceive and to navigate and to interact with their surroundings. Their spatial orientation was irreparably damaged, and they had terrible depth perception, and they were frequently running into things. Their speech and cognitive development was also, understandably, completely stunted. I mean, the repercussions of their imprisonment go far beyond just PTSD, which, as I'm sure you'd imagine, all of Joseph's prisoners were also plagued by. However, ironically, in 2008, it would actually be Kirsten's ailing health that would ultimately see to the end of all of their captivity. It was mid-April of 2008 when, out of nowhere, 19-year-old Kirsten fell suddenly and violently ill. She started complaining of severe abdominal pain and flu-like symptoms, which quickly escalated into uncontrolled vomiting and a remarkably high fever. And over the course of the following few days, her condition only continued to worsen. She became increasingly weak, she completely stopped eating, and to look at her, it truly appeared as though she was just wasting away. Now, illness was nothing new to Elizabeth and the downstairs children. Like I said, their health was a mess all the time due to the conditions that they were forced to live in. However, as this particular illness progressed, Kirsten began experiencing frequent seizures, and she even started losing consciousness for extended periods of time. And Elizabeth, obviously terrified for her daughter's life, she did her best to care for her. She did everything she could in this dark, musty, disgusting cellar, but it was becoming clear to her very quickly that despite her best efforts, Kirsten's condition was still rapidly deteriorating. Like I said, she was slipping in and out of consciousness, and her breathing was irregular. At one point, she aspirated on her own blood after biting her tongue during a seizure. And so, any time that Joseph showed up in the cellar, Elizabeth was pleading with him. She insisted that if Kirsten didn't get real medical care very soon, she was going to die. And although resistant to the idea at first, seeing just how poorly Kirsten really was doing, Joseph finally did realize the gravity of the situation, and he did end up agreeing to take Kirsten to the hospital. With Elizabeth's help, he actually carried Kirsten's limp, unconscious body out of the cellar before he personally drove her to the nearest hospital. In this moment, carrying her dying daughter out of this dungeon, this would actually be the first time that Elizabeth would catch a glimpse of the sun in over 24 years. Sadly, Joseph did force her back down into the cellar almost immediately upon removing Kirsten, but still, can you imagine the feeling of seeing outside and seeing the sun again after almost 30 years? Dude, it gives me chills to think about how that must have felt, even if it was fleeting. Upon her arrival to the hospital, doctors were shocked by Kirsten's condition, to say the least. As we know, she was extremely pale, she was dangerously thin, and she was clearly chronically malnourished. Her teeth were rotting, her tongue was swollen, and most alarmingly, almost all of her organ systems were failing. She was immediately placed in intensive care, where she had to be put into a medically induced coma while doctors worked around the clock to try to save her. And as we know he loved to do, Joseph did his best to try to explain away just how terrible of shape Kirsten was in, and he tried to downplay how she could have possibly ended up like this. Thankfully, though, doctors and medical staff were not buying anything that this man was selling. I think it was less than 48 hours into Kirsten's stay at the hospital that doctors actually ended up calling police and telling them that, like, something ain't right with this guy. His story ain't jiving and his eyebrows are doing too much. In all seriousness though, Kirsten's mysterious illness, combined with her lack of any sort of previous formal medical records, prompted the hospital to alert the authorities, who then made a public plea for Elizabeth to come forward. Obviously, they were completely unaware of the fact that she quite literally couldn't, but she actually watched on desperately from the cellar as these news reports aired. She watched authorities begging her to come forward and begging her to help give some clarification to doctors on the context to Kirsten's condition. And seeing this, knowing that her daughter still desperately needed her, this lit a fire under Elizabeth. She begged Joseph to let her out, to let her answer these calls, and to go to the hospital and to be with Kirsten. And I mean, by this point, things were more or less collapsing for Joseph. His whole story, his intricate web of lies, and his years of treachery and deceit, it was all imploding around him. Police didn't believe what he was telling them. Elizabeth was clearly done with his shit. Felix and Stefan were probably going to be able to overpower him at some point. Whether he wanted to believe it or not, his reign of terror had seemingly run its course. And so, on April 26th, 2008, Joseph finally relented. He brought Elizabeth and the boys out of the basement, pretending that they had just out of the blue shown up. They left the cult and they're home now. This was the story that he gave Rosemarie before he then took Elizabeth to the hospital to see Kirsten. Now that said, don't for even 1 second take that to mean that he was planning on coming clean or taking accountability for what he had done, because that most certainly was not the case. Conversely, Joseph coached Elizabeth before he agreed to let her out. He told her exactly what to say, and he told her exactly how to behave once they got to the hospital. Basically, he forbid her from talking to anyone without him, and he insisted that she instead follow his lead. It's the 11th fucking hour, and this man is still trying to maintain control and power and to keep this girl under his thumb like she's been for 24 years. Truly, it is just unbelievably disgusting. And what's devastating is that Elizabeth was so desperate to be with Kirsten and to make sure that she was going to be okay. She agreed. Even when police and doctors converged on them at the hospital and began frantically asking her questions, at first, as she had been instructed, she simply deferred to Joseph. She was terrified to go against him, terrified that no one would believe her, and terrified that somehow, some way, she was going to end up locked up back in that basement for the rest of her life. Thankfully, investigators were easily able to tell that this dynamic between Elizabeth and Joseph, girl, it stank to high heaven. They were so sick and tired of hearing from this fucking man. They had brought Elizabeth to them so that they could hear from her. They were not interested in continuing to hear the same clearly rehearsed story that Joseph had concocted. Elizabeth was steadfast, though. It took police not just separating the two, but it also took a binding and explicit promise that she and her children would be protected, that they would never have to see Joseph ever again, before she finally broke her silence and she told them everything. For hours, she recounted 24 years of brutal captivity. Everything that we've gone over here today, times like a million. And police, as you'd expect, were horrified. How on earth could this have been allowed to happen? How could this man have kept his own daughter as a sex slave in his own home under the noses of his wife, his other children, his tenants, social workers, law enforcement? The word unbelievable, that doesn't even begin to cover like the half of it. Joseph Fritzl was arrested the very same night, just hours after freeing Elizabeth and her 2 remaining sons. He was 73 years old when he was taken into custody. Following his arrest, Joseph detailed for police exactly how to access the dungeon. He explained to them the labyrinth of decoy doors, the passcode locks, the mini door hidden behind the sliding door that he disguised as a shelf in his workshop. Genuinely, I cannot even begin to imagine how completely unhinged and insane this man must have sounded explaining all of this to police. Like, my guy, what in the carnival-style house of fucking mirrors are you talking about? But when they raided the house and they made their way through the basement, it was all there, just as he had said it would be. They found the dungeon exactly as both Joseph and Elizabeth had described it, and to say that they were appalled would be a grievous understatement. Seasoned police officers and law enforcement officials described the cramped quarters as deeply shocking, physically overwhelming, and psychologically oppressive. They noted that the network of windowless rooms were incredibly narrow, forcing them to bend their necks and heads unnaturally just to squeeze through the low ceilings and the small doorways. The air was suffocating, just heavy with must and rot and mold. Investigators could only stand to be in the bunker for very limited stints before they felt they had to make their way back upstairs to at least get some fresh air. Mind you, Elizabeth and her kids breathed only that air for almost 30 years, while these people could barely stand to be stuck in it for more than a few minutes. All in all, the psychological toll on the forensics team was so severe that the police department actually had to bring in special psychologists to provide counseling and trauma support to the officers that worked the Fritzl crime scene. It was that bad. And as I'm sure you'd imagine, as Elizabeth's story spread, it became pretty much an overnight media sensation. Reporters swarmed the once quiet town of Amstetten. Tabloids churned out sensational headlines, and shocked viewers around the world followed every detail of Elizabeth's story in utter disbelief. Online forums and social media buzzed with outrage and with speculation, while authorities scrambled to protect Elizabeth and her children from this relentless overnight spotlight. Actually, Elizabeth, her children, and Rosemarie were all taken into essentially protective custody immediately following Joseph's arrest and the public release of this story. The public response was a volatile mix of horror and fascination, with almost everyone arriving at more or less the same ultimate question. How could something so horrifying remain hidden like this for so long? And as we know, the answer shockingly lie in the small everyday lies that Joseph used to shield his secret. He built layer upon layer of deception, so convincing and so seemingly mundane that almost no one even thought to look any closer. Whenever questions came up, his explanations were calculated and believable and disturbingly effective. When Elizabeth disappeared, he claimed she ran away. When the babies showed up, he claimed that she had dropped them off. When he disappeared into the basement, he claimed that he was working. When tenants complained about strange noises coming from the basement, he claimed that it was an old house and that the heating system was probably faulty. He always seemed to have a practical and a reasonable answer ready for whenever any suspicion might come up. And I mean, let's face it, how could anyone have truly ever really suspected the actual nightmare that lay hidden below their feet. Joseph was ultimately charged with false imprisonment, coercion, incest, rape, enslavement, and even negligent homicide. Obviously, the first 5 charges need no explanation. However, the negligent homicide charge, if you're wondering, actually stemmed from little baby Michael's death, with police asserting that if Joseph had allowed Elizabeth to seek medical care for him, he likely would have lived. Joseph's trial began in March of 2009, with his defense taking an interesting approach. They came to bat with a mix of partial admission and self-justification, with some attempts to appear remorseful and mentally ill sprinkled in. He admitted to imprisoning and to abusing Elizabeth. However, he desperately tried to downplay his responsibility by insisting that he loved his daughter and that he had always made sure to provide for her and for the children. His lawyer argued that he was a product of his own abusive upbringing, and he asked the court to look at Joseph as a human being rather than a monster.
How about no?
They tried to portray Joseph as someone who wasn't necessarily evil, but rather someone who was deeply disturbed and plagued by his own traumas. Like I mentioned earlier, Joseph tried to argue that he had done what he had done as a means of protecting Elizabeth from her own rebellious behavior. And while he conceded that, yes, the act of incest was wrong, in the same breath, he tried to claim that the sexual contact between him and Elizabeth had been totally consensual.
I hope you die.
Thankfully, this very weak attempt to defend his actions fell completely apart when the court played 11 hours of pre-recorded video testimony from none other than Elizabeth herself. And as if that wasn't powerful enough, Elizabeth actually snuck into the courtroom during part of her own video testimony. She hadn't been required to attend any of the proceedings, so she actually went to court in disguise and snuck in past the media. She didn't have to be there, but she ultimately chose to attend because she wanted to see her father's reaction to her testimony. She wanted to ensure that he did not escape justice and that he did not try to skirt accountability. Despite sneaking in and being incognito, Joseph did see Elizabeth in the courtroom that day. And I guess that, combined with hearing her on tape detailing the decades of physical and psychological torture that he had put her through, well, this seems to have finally brought Joseph screaming back into reality. Following the video testimony, Joseph actually surprised the court, as well as his own defense team, by unexpectedly changing his plea. He had started like half guilty, half not guilty, but now he was going for a clean sweep. Guilty on all counts. In doing so, he stated that seeing Elizabeth's pain on the screen made him feel deeply ashamed of what he had done, and that he no longer felt justified in fighting any of the charges that had been levied against him. You think? Ultimately, he was sentenced to life in prison with the very offensive possibility of parole after just 15 years. Now, he would have been like 88 by the time that first parole eligibility rolled around, but still. The fact that he was sentenced to a minimum imprisonment period of less time than he had imprisoned Elizabeth.
What?
Thankfully, his parole eligibility came and went in 2023, and he is still currently locked up. His legal team has repeatedly attempted to secure him a conditional release. Basically, they want him transferred to a specialized secure nursing facility to live out his remaining days. Because he's like old as shit now, and so apparently that absolves him of what he did, and he should just get to go and be all comfy and die in peace somewhere, apparently.
I don't think so, Tim.
Again, thankfully the courts have systematically rejected these motions, and as of the time of me filming this, like I said, Joseph Fritzl remains incarcerated to this day. You know what they should have done is they should have walled his ass up in that fucking underground hellhole as his punishment. Give that fucking vile excuse for a human being a taste of his own medicine. In actuality, though, following this nightmare, the entire Fritzl home was transformed and repurposed into residential apartments. Construction began in 2013, with teams going in and completely destroying the functionality of the bunker before they extensively renovated the property and converted it into 9 individual apartment units. So poetic as it would have been for them to entomb Joseph in there for all of eternity. At the end of the day, I hope it brings Elizabeth and the children a lot of peace to know that the dungeon is gone and that the place that brought them so much pain and anguish is now a place where families can live freely. What was once a site of suffering is now one of peaceful, ordinary, everyday life. And with that, you guys, we are about wrapped for today. Following this unimaginable ordeal, to ensure that Elizabeth and her family could live in peace, the Austrian government provided them with entirely new legal names and birth certificates and social security numbers. Austrian privacy laws strictly prohibit local or international news outlets from publishing any information about them that could compromise their new identities or potentially reveal their precise location. All I know for sure is that they all still live together. They have a spacious, custom renovated home surrounded by a community that helps to fiercely protect their privacy. Neighbors and regional police actively work to ensure that outsiders and journalists are turned away immediately if and when they attempt to take pictures or to ask too many questions. That said, not every family tie survived this ordeal. Rosemarie did end up divorcing Joseph in 2012 after 55 years of marriage. Now, personally, I'm side-eyeing her that that date isn't 4 years earlier when the news of this whole thing broke, but I guess that's none of my business. Reportedly, Joseph routinely wrote letters to her from prison, begging her to reply, but evidently she ignored all of his attempts at communication. As for her relationship with Elizabeth and the kids, that is pretty much non-existent. When all was said and done, Elizabeth ultimately decided that it was just too painful for her to have her mother in her life. She struggled for years with doubts about how her mother could have possibly spent 24 years in the same house that she was being held prisoner in without ever so much as questioning the babies appearing on her doorstep or Joseph's constant trips to the basement. I believe they tried to rebuild their relationship, but eventually Elizabeth simply requested that Rosemarie stay away from the family permanently. A request that, quote, shattered Rosemarie, but that in the long run she did comply with. Elizabeth, on the other hand, is in a happy and healthy relationship. She has been for years, and she spends her days taking care of her home and building a peaceful and quiet life. The kids have pursued independent adult lives. Kirsten made a full recovery. I probably should have mentioned that sooner. But all in all, it truly and genuinely sounds like they are focused on the future. They are making happy memories and they're finding peace day by day. Yeah, it took years of extensive therapy to get there, but they have certainly proved that while healing might not be easy, it is possible. All right, so it was just after 8:30 p.m. on January 27th, 2008, when a frantic call came in to the Bridgewater Police Department, located just about 45 minutes west of Lunenburg, Nova Scotia. The call was placed by a young mother named Penny Boudreau, and devastatingly, she was calling to report her 12-year-old daughter, Carissa, missing. Based on the story that Penny initially gave police, it seemed as though Carissa might have run away while Penny was shopping at a local grocery store. However, as public interest grew and the investigation into Carissa's disappearance deepened, people quickly began to fear not only that Carissa had potentially met with foul play, but let's just say that people began to fear that the culprit might be a little too close for comfort. This is the story of the devastating disappearance and murder of 12-year-old Carissa Boudreau. This story was a request from a sweet subscriber named Kate, so thank you so much to Kate for making this video possible, and without further ado, this is Carissa's story. All right, so as I mentioned in the intro, we are in Nova Scotia today. So once again, we're trekking up to the Great White North.
Oh, Canada.
Specifically today, we're headed to a quaint little town in Nova Scotia called Bridgewater. With a population of just shy of 9,000 people today, Bridgewater sits on a little less than 5.5 square miles of land and is located in Lunenburg County. Overall, from what I could find, it seems like Bridgewater is most well known for its shopping, its festivals, its museums, and its parks. However, my guess is that the people who call this town home probably appreciate it the most for its safety and its security. Bridgewater, again, from what I could find, truly does seem very much like the quintessential small town, everyone knows everyone place where people live for generations and generations. And you know, I will tell you what, my friends, the more of these videos I do and the more of these stories I research, the more those things are morphing in my mind from selling points to red flags. Because I will be damned if the vast majority of these stories do not start off in these safe, quaint little neighborhoods where everyone knows everyone. You know, we're conditioned to view those things as positive, but I'm starting to think that if you're looking to move and someone describes a place like that to you, maybe you should turn around and look elsewhere. And that's not Bridgewater specifically. I'm just speaking generally. These cases always seem to happen in the places that you would least expect them to. Nevertheless, though, while Bridgewater is where the bulk of our story does take place today, before we can actually get into all of that, we first have to take a little trip over to Nova Scotia's western coast to good old Yarmouth County, where Carissa first made her debut. Carissa Paige Boudreau was born on October 4th, 1995, to her parents Penny Daw and Paul Boudreau. Carissa would ultimately be the only child born to Penny and Paul, and that was actually due to the fact that before Carissa was even born, Penny had broken things off with Paul in search of a relationship with his younger brother, Shane. Yeah, girl, straight out the womb, things for Carissa were, we'll say, unconventional. Let's just leave it at that. Paul and Penny met, if I'm going off of conception and gestation and such, I think they got together like sometime in either late 1994 or very early 1995. The two first met when they were working together at a local Sobeys grocery store. They met, they hit it off, and within just a couple of weeks, Penny found out that she was going to be having Paul's baby. And while that news would likely be hard on most, if not all, barely established couples, this was made exceptionally harder on Penny and Paul when Penny met Paul's brother and decided that she'd rather have him. So she and Paul broke up, and while she was, I think, like 4 months pregnant with his baby, she immediately rebounded and started seriously dating his little brother, as in her unborn baby's uncle. I mean, it's definitely weird. I don't think I'm alone in thinking that, but for what it's worth, they did stay together for quite a while. They stayed together all through Penny's pregnancy and well after Carissa's birth, but I'll get to that in a minute. Point being, Carissa had, like I said, an unconventional family dynamic. Her parents weren't together. Her mom was dating her uncle, and by the time she was 5, her mother had married her uncle. To clarify, nothing was wrong with Shane. Overall, he actually seems like a great guy. He was loving towards Carissa. He basically treated her like she was his own from the time she was born. So I don't mean to imply that his relationship with Penny was inherently negative. I just personally think the way that it started was a little messy. But, by this point, we're years out from that. Penny and Shane are married now, and Shane was doing all that he could to provide both Penny and Carissa with the best life that he possibly could. They had a nice house in Bridgewater, they had a big backyard, Carissa was active in her church, and she seemed to have a lot of good friends. I mean, for being born into a potentially toxic mess, initially, things for Carissa seemed like they were going decently well. That is, right up until Carissa was about to enter her preteen years when Shane and Penny decided to get divorced. And in doing so, it appears as though everything about Carissa's life from that point forward was completely and totally flipped upside down on its head. I mean, the divorce in and of itself was really hard for Carissa because Shane might not have been her biological father, but he had been the main father figure in her life literally every single day since she was born. And that's not to say that Paul wasn't there, because he absolutely was. It was just Carissa lived with Shane. So not only was she losing that, but she had to move out of the house she loved. I think she might have had to change schools, if I'm not mistaken. Like, this divorce was basically a complete overhaul on Carissa's life, and it wasn't even one that she'd asked for. Ultimately, following the divorce, Carissa opted to move in with her father, Paul, and his new wife for a while Penny got herself back on her feet following the divorce. However, within a pretty short period of time, like 4, maybe 5 months, Carissa began to miss her life in Bridgewater. Sure, Bridgewater was small, but Shelburne, where Paul lived, well, it was even smaller. Shelburne was so small that, as far as Carissa was concerned, it made Bridgewater look like a metropolitan oasis. Not to mention that living over an hour away from Penny now, Carissa started to miss regularly seeing her mom, which, to be fair, I think would be fairly typical for most adolescent girls. The problem, though, was that if Carissa wanted to move back home with Penny, she wasn't just going to be moving in with her mother. Rather, she would also be moving in with her mother's new boyfriend, Vernon McCumber, and this would be in an apartment, no less. And that's not to say that there's anything wrong with apartment living, not at all. I'm just saying that all of these things combined made it to where this wasn't exactly an easy or seamless transition for anyone involved. Penny and Vernon were in a fairly new relationship. Carissa didn't know this man. Now they're all going to be crammed together, living on top of one another in this tiny little apartment. I mean, suffice it to say, tensions, they were high. According to the reporting that I saw, once Carissa had moved back in, it seems like she and Penny fought pretty much constantly. Now, as a former preteen girl, I can tell you that butting heads with your mom, it's almost like a rite of passage as a tween or teen. But even so, apparently the fights that went down between Penny and Carissa, well, they were just, I guess, like next level. In fact, it got so bad so frequently that Vernon, on multiple occasions, told Penny that something between the two of them had to give. Like, she had to figure out something, some way to find common ground with her daughter. Because he simply could not keep coming back home to these blowout, knockdown, drag-out screaming matches. And so, seemingly taking his advice, Penny soon decided that she and her daughter needed a good old-fashioned drive around town, a bonding session, a heart-to-heart. And I don't know about you, but some of the best conversations I've ever had have been while just driving around aimlessly with someone. So on the surface, I can totally understand where she could have been going with this. I mean, shit is definitely going to take a hard fucking left here in a few minutes, but at first glance, a drive and a talk, it doesn't seem like the worst idea. However, regretfully, my friends, that does bring us to January 27th, 2008. The day started off relatively normally for Carissa and her mom. Things were definitely tense, as they usually were, but the two did eat breakfast together, and Penny even later went and got Carissa Subway for lunch. Beyond that, though, it is my understanding that Carissa spent most of the rest of the day holed up alone in her room, which was fairly typical for her, as is typical for any preteen girl. Things for Penny and Carissa didn't really stray from the norm until that afternoon, right around 4 p.m., when Penny knocked on Carissa's door, and she asked her if she wanted to go on the aforementioned drive. According to Penny, her thought process with this was that if she could get Carissa in the car, it might be easier to get through to her and to actually have a productive conversation with her because she couldn't, like, storm off and slam herself alone in her room. Sure, in theory, makes sense, but again, things are really about to go off the rails here. At any rate, Carissa did begrudgingly accept this offer. Whether she had any real hopes of solving any of her and her mother's issues, I honestly couldn't tell you. I mean, there's also every chance in the world that she was just bored and wanted to get out of the house. Unfortunately, the only people who truly knew how the conversation went prior to this car ride were Penny, and the second would have been Carissa, but yeah. At any rate, the girls loaded up into Penny's red Dodge Neon, and they headed from Bridgewater to Lunenburg to a scenic little spot overlooking the ocean. According to Penny, this was where she was hoping that she and Carissa could, kind of hash out their differences. Unfortunately, though, changing the setting of the argument did not really seem to change the outcome in the way that Penny thought it might. Carissa still wasn't exactly open or receptive to the things that Penny had to say, and now, instead of being able to get away and to process her feelings, she was stuck in this tiny little pressure cooker with her mom while both of their frustrations mounted. Obviously, I don't know for sure, but my guess is that as Penny drove she and Carissa back to Bridgewater, you probably could have cut the tension in that car with a friggin' knife. Honestly, it really shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone when I tell you that when Penny stopped at a local grocery store on her way home to grab a couple of quick items, Carissa opted to stay in the car rather than to accompany her mother in. This was apparently something that she did often, even on their best days. So after a big argument and basically being told that she was being forced to go to counseling, well, it's understandable to think that Carissa might have wanted a few minutes to herself while her mom was in the store. However, the plot twist that I don't think anyone could have seen coming was that when Penny returned to the car with her juice and her bacon, Carissa was apparently gone. Now, that said, apparently Penny didn't panic right away. It could never be me, but okay. Instead, she figured that Carissa had likely gone out of the car to walk around a bit, to blow off some steam, and to just kind of cool off. So after making a quick call home to Vernon, a call that I do not believe he answered, Penny then decided to hop into her car and circle the block to see if hopefully she could find her kid. And I don't know about you, but dude, I could not imagine being that calm not knowing where your kid was. Shit, my mom was so strict about keeping my sister and I in her line of sight when we were out that even now, at my big old age of 32, if I go to the grocery store with my mom, I still keep a hand on the cart because she literally embedded that shit into my DNA. And you bet your bottom dollar, I am just as crazy with my kids. So if I came out to the car and I was down a kid, there would not be an ear in that vicinity that wouldn't be bleeding on account of the blood-curdling scream my soul would exercise. Not Penny, though. It wasn't until after she did a couple of laps around the Sobeys and still didn't catch even so much as a glimpse of Carissa that she finally drew the line and decided to reach out to the Bridgewater police in order to formally report her daughter missing. Mind you, according to the CCTV footage from the grocery store, Penny walked out with her items at 5:40 p.m. Yet, for some reason, she didn't call the police until 8:30. So almost 3 whole hours later. Oh, and then something else that I find extremely odd, and maybe I'm interpreting this wrong, so if by chance you know, please feel free to correct me, but I don't think that Penny called the emergency line. I don't think she called 911. From what I was able to gather, it seems like instead she called the Bridgewater Police Department specifically. Again, maybe I'm mistaken, maybe I'm misinterpreting, but I don't think that I am. Nevertheless, though, when Penny did finally get a hold of an officer, rather than simply stating, "My daughter is missing," Penny instead took it upon herself to preemptively classify her daughter herself as a runaway. Even though, from her story, she didn't know what happened to Carissa. She was operating purely on assumption. All she knew was that Carissa was in the car when she went into the store, and supposedly not when she had come back out. Any number of things could have happened to Carissa, but because Penny described the situation as a runaway child, of course police weren't going to treat the situation as anything different. So at first, after Penny filed the report, nothing all that extensive was really done. She was simply instructed to go home and to wait. She was told that more than likely, Carissa would turn up relatively quickly. In the meantime, police did instruct her to reach out to any family or friends that she could think of that Carissa might reach out to, but otherwise, that was kind of it at first. However, after a few hours without even so much as a whisper of an idea as to where Carissa could be, police did finally decide to mobilize and to head out and begin their search. And normally we're not used to police moving this quickly on a runaway case, but because a major snowstorm was forecasted to hit Nova Scotia that night, coupled with the fact that Carissa had absolutely not been dressed for the weather, police decided it was better to get moving sooner rather than later. The forecast was calling for up to 10 centimeters of snow over that night and into the following morning. And according to Penny's report, Carissa had taken off wearing just a hoodie, a vest, jeans, and Crocs. So suffice it to say that if Carissa caught herself stuck out in the rapidly approaching blizzard, if she was trying to run away or she had gotten turned around and lost or injured or something, chances were that under those circumstances, she wouldn't have made it through the night. A thought that was haunting and horrific to everyone that was out searching for her. And what was worse was that after just 30 minutes of searching, it became painfully clear to police that they might have already waited too long. By the time they got out and they got to searching, the snow had already ramped up significantly. So within 30 minutes, they were forced to halt the search and wait until things cleared up. They did manage to search a decent radius around the Sobeys where Carissa had gone missing from in that time frame. They checked the parking lot, they'd checked behind the building, dumpsters, they'd checked along a nearby riverbank, and they even went to a highway stretch where homeless people typically made up their camps during bad weather. But frustratingly, even with the help of bloodhounds brought in to hopefully track Carissa's scent, with the heavy snowfall, it wasn't happening. So, like I said, they called off their search for the night with plans to pick it back up first thing in the morning when it was safer for everyone involved. Meanwhile, back at Penny's, word had started to spread through the apartment building about Carissa's disappearance. And this actually prompted some of Penny and Vernon's neighbors to reach out, whether it was to offer words of hope and encouragement, or even some to see if there was anything tangible that they could do to help. For example, one of Penny and Vernon's neighbors came down to console Penny after finding out what was going on. And while they were talking, this neighbor graciously offered, out of the kindness of their heart, not only to make up some flyers with Carissa's picture on them, but these people offered to head out in this snowstorm at like 3 a.m. to go out and hang these posters around town. Like, that is so kind and so generous and so helpful. Just, you would think that Penny would have been so grateful that these people were willing to show up for her, but also that these people were willing to go so out of their way for her missing daughter. If your kid was missing, you would think that anything that anyone was willing to do to help put an end to that nightmare, it has to feel like the most incredible gift in the world, right? Well, I guess not to Penny, because when these neighbors offered this amazingly generous favor to Penny, she declined. Yep. Her daughter was missing, with not so much as a whisper of hope of finding her so far. And people were offering to help, to spread the word in hopes of finding her. And Penny turned them away. Just, no thanks. And understandably, this really rubbed this neighbor the wrong way. As it should have. Look, I get it. I understand that you never know how someone is going to react in stressful or traumatic situations like this. But to turn down help while also not being out doing anything yourself to try to track your child down? Something ain't right there. Girl, I do not care what the weather conditions were. It could have been raining fire during a tornado in the middle of an earthquake, and I still cannot imagine not being out and searching for my missing child. And you'll see as this story goes on that this is a trend with Penny. Throughout this entire investigation, if there is one thing that you can count on Penny to do, it is to make herself look bad. Like, real bad. Like when Paul was at the apartment with everyone the day after Carissa disappeared, and he noticed that instead of appearing distraught that her daughter was missing, Penny instead was comforting and consoling Vernon. 'Cause his knee hurt. Dude, if one of my kids was missing and my husband told me that his knee hurt, I would take a golf club to both them caps, because why are you slowing me down when some insignificant bullshit like that at a time like this? But according to Paul, this was just who Penny had become over the years. She had gone from kind and bubbly and outgoing when she was with Shane to just a cold, callous, closed-off bitch. And especially since she had started dating Vernon, Paul stated that even though the relationship was fairly new, Penny pretty much from day one seemed to put her relationship with Vernon over her daughter.
Disgusting!
And yes, that is gross, but spoiler alert, Penny is gross. It was around 7 p.m. the day after Carissa's disappearance, so Monday, January 28th, when Penny was finally brought into the police station to give her first formal interview. And most of the interview just consisted of rehashing what we've already gone through as far as the events of the day leading up to Carissa's disappearance. They hung out at home, Carissa spent the day in her room, they got Subway for lunch before Penny then asked Carissa to go on that drive. And while there were no real surprises throughout that portion of Penny's interview, police were a little taken aback hearing how this woman spoke about her missing daughter. Because not only did she spend the majority of the interview almost venting about Carissa, about her behavior and her lack of respect and her moody outbursts, but there were also portions of the interview where Penny referred to Carissa as it, which is just... I know I haven't done my Dave Pelzer video yet. Don't worry, it is still coming. But if you do know that story, then you know that Penny calling Carissa it's giving Catherine Rorva. And that is absolutely not what you want to be giving at any point in time. Yikes. When asked by police who out of the adults in her life Penny believed that Carissa likely respected the most, Penny actually theorized that it was likely shame. So her dad's brother that was also her stepfather for the bulk of her early life. According to Penny, Carissa had initially wanted to move back in with her because she wasn't happy living with Paul and his wife. However, then obviously she also wasn't happy living with Penny and Vernon. And Penny claimed that during her car conversation, she asked Carissa where she thought she would be happiest living, but Carissa just didn't have an answer. And honestly, that is so sad when you think about it. This poor girl clearly just felt like she did not belong anywhere. Like she couldn't be happy anywhere. Being a teenager is hard enough, but to feel completely unstable anywhere and everywhere that you try to call home, that had to have been so hard for her. Now, Penny wasn't necessarily a suspect in Carissa's disappearance at the time of this first formal interview. Honestly, I think at that point, everyone was still trying to hold out hope that maybe Carissa had run away and that eventually she would turn up. However, Penny was told at the end of this first interview that if Carissa did not show up back home alive and well soon, that there was a chance that they'd be calling her back in for another interview and potentially even a polygraph. Because even if she wasn't a suspect per se at the current moment, given Penny's attitude and some of her borderline inappropriate choices of words throughout her interview, police just could not help to think that something just felt off about Penny and about her story. But even so, overwhelmingly, at the beginning of the investigation, Carissa's case really did scream runaway. So police did try to hold on to that for as long as they possibly could, especially after recovering numerous diary and journal entries of Carissa's, all of which detailed how unhappy she was and how much she hated her living arrangement and how desperately she just wanted out. So at this point, I think we're like 36 hours out from the last time that Carissa was seen. It was Tuesday, January 29th, and in collaboration with the Bridgewater Police, Penny decided to sit down and to participate in a press conference. During this press conference, Penny answered a couple of questions from reporters after pleading for Carissa to please either reach out or to come home. In closing, police then did their best to try and calm some of the public fear surrounding the case by sharing their theory that Carissa's disappearance was likely an isolated incident and that chances were other children of Bridgewater were not necessarily in danger. Sure, Penny's initial report to police described Carissa as a runaway, but with each hour that passed, that started to seem a lot less likely. And public interest surrounding this case, it was growing exponentially by the minute. Carissa's story was everywhere. It was on TV. It was on the radio. It was being discussed on social media. I think within like a week of Carissa going missing, there was a Facebook page totaling close to 15,000 people specifically dedicated to raising awareness for Carissa. No matter where you went or who you talked to, everyone was talking about this missing little girl. Not to mention sharing their theories on what they believed could have potentially happened to her. Because realistically, had she run away, given the extensive searches that had been performed since her disappearance, she really could have only gotten so far. So chances are that she would have been found by this point, had she really just wandered off on foot on her own accord. So if she hadn't run away, what had happened to her? Had she been kidnapped? Had she met with some sort of other foul play? Had she tried to run away and potentially ended up in the nearby La Have River? Honestly, the possibilities were endless because police, they didn't really have anything to rule out any specific scenario, much less lend credence to any one particular theory. That is until late in the afternoon on January 29th. So just after Penny's press conference. Police were just minding their business that day and doing their day-to-day work when all of a sudden a man walked into the police station and he handed them their first real lead and their first real piece of evidence. Evidently, while driving down William Hebb Road, sticking out of the snow on the shoulder, this man had managed to spot and to recover one single little pink Croc. And this shoe just so happened to be identical to the shoe that Carissa was reported to have last been seen wearing. And this was huge because, like I said, this was the first lead that had really come to them since Carissa had gone missing. This was the first real, tangible piece of evidence that they could actually hold in their hands. So, obviously, police immediately made their way out to the stretch of road where the man had claimed to have found the shoe because they were hoping that they could find more potential evidence. However, frustratingly, after meticulously combing through the area with professional searchers as well as tracking dogs, police walked away with nothing more than that one single pink croc. So, considering that this was the only piece of evidence that they had, they sent the shoe off for forensic testing to confirm with 100% certainty that that shoe had in fact been Carissa's. And while they waited for the results, they decided to keep the fact that the shoe had been recovered out of the media. Because like I've said a million times, this was the only piece of evidence they had. So not only did they want to protect the integrity of their investigation, but they also wanted to hold that piece of evidence in case they needed to use it later to vet out any future statements or possible confessions. Because at this point, foul play wasn't just in the back of the minds of investigators, it was kind of starting to become like the only realistic explanation for Carissa's disappearance. So slowly but surely, the investigation techniques they were using shifted from missing persons to kidnap and or homicide. And based on the weirdness that they had witnessed up to this point, police, understandably, really started to focus their investigation in on none other than Penny and Vernon. They called Penny in for a second formal interview, and throughout the course of said second interview, Penny, she didn't make herself look any better. Rather than asking for any updates or seeing if there was anything else that she could do to help, Penny instead spent the bulk of the interview painting Carissa out to be just this miserable, horrible, awful child. She basically told police that living with Carissa was like living with a bomb. She and Vernon were constantly walking on eggshells and always just wondering and fearing when Carissa's next outburst might be. The only time that she seemed to show any sadness or desperation for her daughter was when she was left alone in the interview rooms. That was when she would cry and break down and speak to Carissa and beg her to come home. And I'm putting mad attitude on that because objectively, this was 1,000,000% performative. You'll see why in a little bit, but yeah, just know that these crocodile tears, they were nothing more than an act put on to make police think that she actually gave a rat's ass about the safety of her daughter, which she unequivocally did not. Vernon, on the other hand, when he was called in for his formal interview, he actually genuinely seemed saddened and upset by Carissa's disappearance. Actually, he was really upset over the possibility that had he maybe gone with the girls on their drive, perhaps Carissa wouldn't be missing now. He told police that he and Carissa never really had any problems with one another, and that it was Carissa and Penny that had the contentious relationship. And that was actually why he hadn't pushed to go on the drive with them. He figured that the two of them needed some alone time to try to work through their issues together. When asked to walk police through the day of Carissa's disappearance from his perspective, Vernon explained the day leading up to the drive pretty much identically to the way that Penny had. They all woke up, they had breakfast, and Carissa spent the day in her room until around 4 o'clock when she and Penny left for their drive. However, then once he was alone in the apartment, Vernon had a beer before he laid down to take a nap. And that's actually why he didn't answer the phone when Penny had called him after she left Sobeys. He said that he did hear the phone ring a couple of times, but that he never bothered to get up to answer it. So basically, he slept the entire time from when Carissa and Penny left the apartment to the time that Penny frantically returned home, telling him that Carissa was missing. And when police asked Vernon what should be done to the responsible party, had someone in fact hurt Carissa, Vernon told police that if someone was capable of hurting a child, that they had no business walking among the living, if you catch my drift. And then, prior to the conclusion of the interview, Vernon told police that if they needed anything else from him, be it additional interviews, forensic samples, a polygraph, whatever, he was more than willing to provide it to them. And while both Penny and Vernon's interviews were quite telling, each for their own specific reasons, police still, in the grand scheme of things, they did not have anything to go on when it came to actually investigating what was going on or to actually finding Carissa. So on February 1st, out of sheer desperation to keep the investigation from stalling out, police decided to hold yet another press conference in hopes of sparking up more tips or more leads from the public. It had been almost a week since Carissa had disappeared, and as we know, as time wore on, the chances of bringing Carissa home alive were rapidly dwindling. Yet even with that fact, during this press conference, spectators they could not help but notice that Penny just did not seem at all upset about her missing child. And honestly, police really tried not to publicly incriminate Penny and Vernon. But regardless of that, public speculation and rumors still ran rampant through Bridgewater that they had to have had something to do with Carissa's disappearance, especially considering Penny's seemingly nonchalant attitude towards the whole situation. And sure, in one single isolated setting, one could argue that maybe she was just depleted. Maybe she was numb. She was disassociating. Whatever. But for starters, this already isn't the only time that Penny seemed to not care about her missing daughter. Even when people would approach her out and about and they would try to offer their sympathies to her, most of them would tell you the same thing about their interactions with her. She just did not seem all that upset. If anything, she seemed more apathetic. Sure, she wasn't outwardly excited or happy, but she just also didn't seem that sad. And obviously a lot of this is subjective based off of people's opinions on how they believed that someone should be acting in Penny's position. But I don't know, man. When enough people start to share the same sentiment, in my opinion, it starts to hold a little more merit. Truly, the public in general seemed much more invested and seemed to care much more about finding answers about what had happened to this little girl than her own mother did. Little did they know that those answers were right around the corner. And sadly, they were absolutely not going to be the answers they were hoping for. But before we get into that, I'm going to take my break, throw on my lashes, and when we get back, the pieces of the devastating puzzle of what really happened to Carissa Boudreaux, they finally start to fall into place. Don't go nowhere. All right, so we're back, and in the interest of time, we're going to go ahead and jump right back in to where we left off. So it's now February 9th. Carissa had been missing for closing in on 2 weeks now, and whether or not anyone wanted to admit it out loud, most people really weren't expecting a happy ending to this story anymore. Sure, they were still desperately hoping for one. I mean, we've seen these stories turn out positively after months, years, decades, but those examples are definitely the exception to the rule. At any rate, though, it was just after 11 a.m. on February 9th, 2008, when a woman pulled off of the side of Route 331. This certainly wasn't a scheduled stop in her morning drive. However, it became a necessary one when her son, he just couldn't hold it anymore. I guess Lil Homie absolutely had to pee. So she pulled over, he hopped out of the car, and he proceeded to walk a little ways away from the roadway so that he wouldn't be on display while he did his business. Terrifyingly though, just as this poor kid got near the edge of the riverbank, something caught his eye. And as he walked closer and closer to try to figure out what exactly he was looking at, all of a sudden it hit him like a ton of bricks. What he was looking at was a frozen solid set of human toes sticking up out of the snow. Obviously horrified, this kid hauled ass back to his mom's car and he frantically began trying to explain to her what he thought he saw. And what's really crazy that came out later is that apparently you could only really see these toes from a very specific angle when you were walking towards them. So the fact that this young man who was just rushing in because he had to pee, the fact that he managed to approach in just perfectly to discover this body, I mean, of course it's horrible for him, and I hope he's okay after all of this, but it's almost like the body was meant to be found that day, right? He could have so easily missed the toes, ran back, taken his leak, and then left, making it so that who knows if or when this body would have been discovered after that. But somehow, some way, that didn't happen, and he did manage to see them. And after hearing this story, the boy's mom frantically flagged down the next passing vehicle she saw, and together the two adults called the police. The call came into the Bridgewater Police Department just after 11:30 a.m., and my guess would be that police were on the scene likely before noon. By this point, they had also notified the RCMP, who joined them on the scene as they cordoned off the area. They also, rightfully, closed off a big chunk of that road that the boy and his mom had been driving on, just to make for 100% certain that no one could interfere with their investigation. Now, of course, any time that a major road is closed down like that, especially coupled with heavy police presence, it's gonna get people talking. And this scenario was no different. It did not take long for word to start to spread that police had potentially found a body. Then, given that Carissa's story had completely consumed Bridgewater by this point, well, let's just say it did not take people long to make the connection that this was more than likely Carissa that police had found. Now, that said, police had not even publicly announced that they had found a body, let alone had time to definitively confirm whether or not it was Carissa. But because gossip tends to move faster than forensics, the first that Penny heard of police potentially having found her daughter was actually from a convenience store clerk when she stopped to buy cigarettes that afternoon. And while the clerk was horrified to learn that she was the one informing Penny that police may have found her dead daughter, once again, Penny, on the other hand, she just didn't seem to care. Like, this girl was apologizing to her profusely for accidentally being so callous, to which Penny simply responded that it was fine, that she just needed to get home now in case anyone needed to contact her. Girl, what? If I would have heard that, home would have been the last place I would have been heading. I'd have trekked my ass straight to the scene and torn through that police tape with my teeth if I thought it meant getting to my child. Not Penny, though. Nope. She's just like, oh drat, guess I better hurry home to make sure I don't miss any correspondence. Like, she wasn't even kind of trying to act like she might be sad. Absolutely wild. Now, initially, because the body had clearly been exposed to the elements for a while, police weren't able to definitively say right away whether or not the body was Carissa. Of course, the general consensus was that it probably was. It was a Caucasian girl, 5 foot, give or take, with long brown hair, which, I mean, pretty much fits Carissa's description to a T. What was very disturbing to police, though, was that whether this was Carissa or not, upon first look, it looked like the murder might have been sexually motivated, which is just vile. The body was still partially clothed. However, her shirt was pushed up, exposing her midriff, and her jeans and underpants had been partially pulled down. So it definitely wasn't looking good. A preliminary examination at the scene revealed ligature marks around the girl's neck, which indicated strangulation as her cause of death. That said, though, although she had been found where she had, along that stretch of highway by the riverbank, police were pretty quick to theorize that, given the lack of a sign of struggle at the scene, that this girl was likely killed somewhere else prior to having been dumped at that location post-mortem. Ultimately, an autopsy of this body would later conclusively identify it as that of 12-year-old Carissa, and this was confirmed via dental records obtained from Carissa's dentist. Her autopsy also confirmed that strangulation was her cause of death, with her manner of death clearly being homicide. Interestingly, though, despite Carissa's clothes being disheveled and partially removed upon her discovery, a thorough forensic examination actually completely ruled out any sort of sexual component in Carissa's murder. Meanwhile, back at Penny and Vernon's apartment, police had really started to ramp up their investigation into the couple, given the discovery of Carissa's body. Actually, the RCMP ordered 24-hour surveillance on Vernon and Penny's apartment. And that actually might have been done before they even discovered Carissa's body, but don't quote me on that. Regardless, though, police were now watching Penny and Vernon like hawks, day in and day out, around the clock. And you'd think that'd be beneficial, but they were not getting anything incriminating on them to help push their investigation forward. Little did they know, though, that thankfully they were not the only ones on 24-hour surveillance duty in that apartment. You see, these buildings weren't exactly luxury apartments by any means. So the walls in this place were thin. Cannot relate. In all seriousness, though, this was actually one of the things that Carissa hated about living in this apartment. The walls in their place were so thin that she could hear everything that went on in that apartment. From fights to conversations, right down to any time that Penny and Vernon decided to slap their meats together, which just has to be so traumatizing for a 12-year-old girl. Ew. But while it was horrific for Carissa that the apartment walls were so thin, for the investigation, on the other hand, well, in that regard, it actually ended up being incredibly beneficial. Starting with a report to police from a concerned neighbor who just so happened to hear a very interesting fight between Vernon and Penny very shortly after Carissa's body had been discovered. Now, we don't know everything that was said during this fight. However, the gist of the argument was basically a drunken Vernon laying the fuck in to Penny. He was throwing things around the apartment. He was yelling at her that he was leaving her and that she disgusted him. And that was in between repeated pleas asking her how she could have done this. Now, sure, he didn't specifically say, like, how could you do this to Carissa? Nothing like that. But given all that was going on at the time and the mounting suspicion that police were already feeling towards Penny, I guess I'll just say that it's not really hard to understand why the report of this fight prompted police to bring Vernon back in for another conversation. Unfortunately, though, due to the fact that Vernon was 3 sheets to the freaking wind at the time, this conversation really didn't end up being all that productive. Mostly he just spent the time crying over either potentially losing Penny or wishing that there was something he could do to help Carissa. Meanwhile, with Vernon now isolated from Penny for the time being, police also decided to re-engage with her and to see if perhaps she wouldn't mind, like, physically walking them through the events that led up to Carissa's disappearance. She agreed to do this, and so for the next few hours, she took them point by point and place by place through the entire route that she had driven with Carissa before ending up at the Sobeys. And while everything about her physical movements did seem to match up with the story that she'd been giving police the whole time, what inevitably, once again, stuck out to them above anything else was how emotionless Penny was. Whether it was retracing the very last steps she ever took with her daughter, or her walking past literal posters and photos of Carissa, never once throughout this entire outing did Penny ever, at any point, even look like she might be on the cusp of getting emotional. It was as if she was retracing her steps to find lost keys or something. Like, at this point, we've passed suspicious and eyebrow raising, and we gotta be heading straight towards downright sociopathic, right? I mean, obviously, that's just my opinion, but come on, can't you even pretend to show some emotion, you robot? At this point in time, this woman was still waiting to find out if the dead body found alongside the highway was her daughter or not. And yet she showed no emotion walking past actual photos of her missing kid. Not only that, she didn't show interest in the case. She didn't ask for updates. She didn't ask for an ETA on the identification. She was giving police nothing. And still, yet again, police were forced to just send her back home because apparently no matter what they tried, they just could not seem to get this woman to slip up and to incriminate herself. So thank God for her neighbors, because they were catching and reporting way shadier things to police than police were even close to managing to trudge up themselves. So on a completely separate night from the fight where Vernon told Penny that she disgusted him, a different neighbor heard Vernon on the phone with someone telling them that he needed to get out of here because she fucking did it. She killed her kid. Yeah, that was much less ambiguous than what the last neighbor heard. That's pretty black and white. Not a lot of room for interpretation there. Obviously, this neighbor reported this to police, which finally gave them enough to get a search warrant for both Penny's car as well as her and Vernon's apartment. Oh, and they also went ahead and took them into custody at this point because, especially now, they had no reason to believe anything other than the fact that either Penny or Vernon or both were responsible for what had happened to Carissa. And it was actually while in custody at the station that police finally informed both Penny and Vernon that the body that had been found had been conclusively identified as Carissa. And what do you think Penny's reaction was to hearing this? To hearing that her daughter was never coming home. To finding out that her daughter was dead. That she had been strangled to death and then dumped on the side of the highway like a piece of trash. You think she cried? You think she broke down? You think maybe all of the emotion that she'd been holding in up to this point finally bubbled over the surface? Hope not, because if you were thinking that was the case, you are going to be sorely disappointed. Because after hearing definitively that her daughter was gone and that she was never coming back, Penny simply just asked to speak to a lawyer. She didn't ask how Carissa died. She didn't ask if they were sure it was her body. She didn't so much as shed a tear or even bother to deny any involvement in what had happened to her. She just sat there, stone-faced, and demanded to speak to her lawyer. And unfortunately, in the next room, Vernon wasn't really giving police anything to work with either. Not even one single time through hours of interrogation did Vernon even remotely implicate either himself or Penny in Carissa's murder. Even when they placed both Penny and Vernon in cells with undercover officers trained to elicit information out of suspects, still bupkis. Although Vernon in particular did get pretty buddy-buddy with his undercover officer, but beyond that, police actually ended up having to release the couple after just 24 hours because they still had nothing to truly hold them on. All they had really found from the searches of the car and the apartment were some letters that Penny had written to Vernon, flat out telling him that she valued her relationship with him over her relationship with Carissa.
I don't like that.
Nevertheless, though, just before 10 a.m. on February 15th, 2008, Penny and Vernon were cut loose, just in time to head out for a late little Valentine's Day celebration. To be clear, I don't know that they actually did that, by the way. That was just me being like a quirky bitch. 4 days after Penny and Vernon were released from custody on February 19th, Carissa's body was laid to rest in Oakvale Cemetery. Hundreds of people turned out to the church to mourn and to pay their final respects to Carissa. In fact, so many people showed up for that little girl that they couldn't even all fit in the church at one time. Hundreds of them were forced to mourn outside as people shared words and memories and as the church sound system echoed Bubbly by Colby Calais. Carissa had loved that song ever since it was released the previous year, and she even had started referring to it as her happy song. Carissa had been really active in her church, not to mention that Bridgewater as a whole had kind of adopted her as their daughter. So this service was really, really difficult for everyone who attended. Everyone, that is, except for Penny. Although she and Vernon were in attendance, they sat alone and they did not speak to anyone before they eventually just snuck out unnoticed. Penny could not even so much as offer a single thank you to one person who had shown up to pay their respects to her daughter. Like, are you guys hating this woman yet? Because police definitely were. They were so desperate to solve this case and to avenge Carissa and to get this woman behind bars that they decided to employ a very controversial investigative procedure known as a Mr. Big Sting.
You know what your nickname is, Mr. Big.
Simply put, a Mr. Big Sting is a covert investigation procedure used by undercover police to elicit confessions from suspects, typically in murder investigations. So in a Mr. Big Sting, police create these fake crime syndicates, and they try to get their suspects to join the organization to build a relationship with them. They gain their confidence, they gain their trust, and then they start to enlist them in progressively more serious criminal acts. Think delivering stolen goods, credit card scams, selling and transporting weapons, the huge. The suspects then receive payment for these services, and they eventually get fully enmeshed into the gangs. Then, once the suspect feels like they're really a part of this operation, the undercover officers then try to persuade them to give up information about their criminal history as well as the crime that they're suspected of. And this is usually presented as an official initiation into this gang or crime family or what have you. And like I said, the practice as a whole, mad controversial. I mean, inherently, given the nature of it, it just runs the risk of being seen as coercive. And that's not to mention that confessions given under these circumstances could potentially be viewed as unreliable. Because these suspects are trying to gain street cred with people that they believe to be criminals. So even if they do confess to something, who's to say that that confession is actually legitimate, right? And those are just some of the issues that come along with a Mr. Big sting. There's also fears that it could prejudice a jury and just a general feeling that the whole practice is unethical. Actually, it's illegal in a lot of places. Like, it's illegal in the US, which honestly is shocking because I feel like this is some shit we would love down here in America, but I guess not. Apparently there's lines that even we won't cross. Who'd have thought? Meanwhile, as police were meticulously planning the ins and out of their Mr. Big sting against Penny and Vernon, completely out of left field, they actually had another massive breakthrough in the case fall right into their laps. Once again, this happened to come at the hands of a completely random and unsuspecting citizen. It was February 25th, so almost a month to the day from when Carissa had disappeared, when a man who was looking for recyclables at a local playground stumbled across what appeared to be a pink crock in one of the trash cans. Now, obviously, Carissa's case was still all that anyone could talk about, and knowing that she had last been seen wearing pink Crocs, this discovery prompted the man to reach out to the Bridgewater police to report what he'd seen. When compared to the original pink Croc they'd found, it was determined to be a match, and then DNA testing would later prove the shoes to have definitively been Carissa's. Police had also recovered a black hoodie and a black vest from the same trash can, both consistent with the ones that Carissa was reported to have been wearing when she disappeared. So I don't think it was like any big shock for police when the DNA results did come back. I think by that point it was more of a formality than anything. Now, ironically, depending on how you want to look at it, the same day that Carissa's clothing was recovered from the playground trash can, Miss Penny, well, she tried to take a one-way pill-induced ride straight up out this life. Big fat bummer for her though. I guess first responders arrived just in time to get her to the hospital where doctors ultimately were able to save her life. So I guess, yay. And while Penny was apparently drowning her sorrows and guilt in prescription pills, her old pal Vernon had instead turned to the sauce to quench his stress. Yeah, homeboy was dranking and pretty much round the clock, day in and day out. His schedule at the liquor store had actually become so predictable that was where police finally decided to deploy the beginnings of their Mr. Big sting. Knowing that Vernon would eventually be heading to the liquor store at some point, police planted the same undercover officer there that had been planted in his holding cell back when he'd been detained on the 14th. And apparently Vernon had enjoyed his conversation with this man so much that when he noticed him at the liquor store, he hesitated 0% in approaching him and striking up yet another conversation with him. He quite literally played directly into police's hands, just as they had suspected he would. He and the undercover officer exchanged phone numbers, and within 24 hours, Vernon had made contact with him again, inquiring about any potential work that he might have for him. You know, nefarious work, criminal work. And given that that is quite literally the entire purpose of a Mr. Big sting, of course, the undercover officer was very much willing to put Vernon in touch with his boss. And over the next 3 months, Vernon found himself working constantly with this crime boss. As the story went, this man was a mobster in charge of the East Coast operations for a gang that was based in Montreal. And in Vernon's eyes, this man was just the cat's pajamas. He had money, he had cars, he was obviously very powerful, and Vernon, he was just eating that shit up. Whatever jobs this man offered to him, Vernon was ready and willing to complete. He was eager to do anything that he possibly could to work his way up the ranks and to start earning more money within this organization. Poor Vernon, he felt so close to this man the more that they worked together that he eventually told him that he was one of the very few people in the world that he felt like he could trust anymore. And honestly, I feel conflicted about this because, spoiler alert, Vernon's innocent. So low-key, it's kind of sad that Penny had his life so twisted up and broken down that he didn't feel like he could trust anyone. And then along comes this one person that he does feel like he can trust. And secretly, this guy is like basically trying to entrap him into a murder confession. I know he has some less than desirable qualities, but overall, I genuinely do feel bad for how a lot of this played out for Vernon. Penny, on the other hand, I have no sympathy for that wretched bitch. Now, she wasn't really involved in the Mr. Big sting, at least not at the beginning. However, after months and months of getting nowhere with Vernon, as far as information surrounding Carissa went, the Mr. Big operatives decided to kind of coax the investigation in the direction that they needed it to go. I believe it was May 1st, 2008, when the organization propositioned Vernon with a job. However, in order to complete this job, he evidently was going to need a female counterpart. Enter Penny. Now, Penny wasn't immediately as eager to join up with this, cut-rate mob boss. However, after a few days of begging, Vernon convinced Penny to go ahead and go along with the plan. After all, their relationship had really been struggling in the preceding months, and if there is one thing Penny gonna do, it is whatever she gots to do to keep her mans. And so Vernon took Penny and he introduced her to Mr. Big himself. I believe the meeting took place at the Radisson Hotel in Halifax, all while a whole fleet of separate officers listened in and watched the meeting from an adjoining room. After introductions, the man explained to Penny that before he could bring her into their operation, he needed to know everything that there was to know about her. He told her nothing was off limits and that he could even maybe help her if need be, but that he could not do anything for her if she wasn't completely honest with him. And then, right there, with, I'd say, very little effort, Penny began confessing what had really happened to Carissa. She told Mr. Big that she was so inexplicably and desperately in love with Vernon that there was not anything she would not do to keep him. So when he had given her an ultimatum, telling her that she had to choose either him or Carissa, well, for Penny, it was a no-brainer. In her own words, the thought of losing Vernon to her was much more upsetting than the thought of losing her own daughter. And so, after contemplating for a few days, Penny decided that Carissa had to go. Now, the little drive and the heart-to-heart that Penny claimed she wanted to have with Carissa, that all really did happen, but where Penny's original story differs from reality was everything that she claimed happened after she left the Sobeys from picking up her juice and bacon. Carissa had not disappeared from the car while Penny was in the store. She was still sitting right in Penny's Neon's passenger seat where she had left her when she came out of Sobeys. In fact, Carissa was present and accounted for, alive and well, when Penny called Vernon at the apartment to try to tell him that Carissa was gone. Once Penny came back out to the car, she placed her groceries in the trunk. However, before she closed it, she retrieved a piece of twine that she'd hidden there earlier, and she placed it in her jacket pocket. She then drove her daughter to a dark, quiet area on William Hebb Road before telling Carissa to get out of the car. It was dark and cold and snowing as Penny tackled her very own daughter to the ground. She dug her knee into her chest while looking in her eyes as she wrapped that twine around her neck. And the last words that Carissa managed to get out before Penny pulled the twine taut, "Mommy, don't." But no matter how impassioned the plea, I don't think it would have mattered. Penny had already made up her mind that evening to get rid of her daughter, and I just don't think that anything that Carissa could have said would have changed her mind. And with that, Penny pulled the twine as tightly as she could around Carissa's throat, and she just watched as Carissa struggled to breathe. Carissa was desperate. Her eyes were bulging. Her tongue was protruding from between her teeth. And eventually she started to foam at the mouth. Yeah, she tried to get free. She fought for her life. But ultimately, with her knee in Carissa's chest, Penny simply had the upper hand. And she held her daughter there like that, twine around her neck, struggling for air until she had squeezed every ounce of life out of Carissa's body. She then lifted her up and placed her in the back of the car before driving her to the area that her body would ultimately be discovered. She drug her from the car towards the riverbank, and noticing that while she was moving Carissa, her clothing was becoming disheveled, Penny actually thought that she had caught a lucky break with this, because Carissa's clothing being amiss might lead people to think that she had been sexually assaulted, therefore hopefully taking the suspicion off of her if and when Carissa was found. Can you think of anything more depraved? To be thankful that you're leaving your dead daughter exposed like this, because maybe it'll make people think she was raped and in turn take the heat off of you. Absolutely vile, this woman. Just diabolical. Ugh. And then before she rolled Carissa's body down the embankment, Penny removed her hoodie and her vest as well as her one remaining crock. And she then doubled back and disposed of all of that at the playground where the guy later found it. Mind you, Penny is just sitting here casually telling this guy, who she thinks is a mob boss, all of this. And she wasn't even emotional as she was recounting it. If anything, she almost seemed proud of it. Like, she seemed excited to finally be sharing it with someone. Meanwhile, the police in the other room, well, ecstatic to know that they had this bitch nailed to the wall finally, it was absolutely heartbreaking for them to hear all of this. Not only did Carissa suffer a horrific and terrifying death, but to think of the betrayal and the heartbreak that she felt, knowing that she was dying at the hands of the one woman whose job it was to protect her at all costs. It was just absolutely heart-wrenching for these poor officers. Shit, it's heart-wrenching for me to relay it to you here today, so I can't even imagine sitting there and listening to it firsthand. Personally, I commend them for not rushing into the room right then and there and doing the same shit to Penny that she had done to Carissa, although I'm sure that more than one of them wanted to. Penny was obviously subsequently arrested. She was charged with first-degree murder, which she had the fucking audacity to plead not guilty to, ultimately forcing the rest of Carissa's family to have to sit through a heartbreaking trial. 'Cause she's selfish. Penny's trial began on January 30th, 2009, so just over a year to the day that Carissa had been killed. However, before the trial could actually commence, Penny's lawyer shocked everyone by announcing that his client had actually decided to go ahead and plead guilty to the lesser offense of second-degree murder. And the judge did honor this request, which I have to say is more than I probably would have done. Like, you had the opportunity to plead guilty at your arraignment, but instead you put all of us through this trial prep. If I were her judge, I would have been like, no ma'am, you wanted us here, you wanted a trial, so look around. You got one. Obviously, Penny fared way better by pleading down to second-degree murder rather than letting a jury inevitably find her guilty of first degree. I'm just saying, I don't understand why she put everyone through the theatrics of thinking that they were going to have to go to trial, only to then plead guilty at the 11th hour when she could have done so months before. It's stupid. When asked if she had anything additional that she'd like to say to the court, Penny could not muster up anything beyond a simple "I'm sorry" before she sat her worthless ass back down. Thankfully, though, Judge Stewart had much more on her mind than that she wanted to share. With disgust in her voice, Judge Stewart looked at Penny right in her beady little eyes, and she stated, quote, "Surely, Penny Boudreau, you can never call yourself mother again in conjunction with Carissa's name. The words, 'Mommy don't,' from your trusting and loving Carissa are there to haunt you for the rest of your natural life." And I could not agree more. This woman is not a mother. She was a selfish bitch out for nothing other than her own selfish desires, even if those desires came at the expense of her own daughter's life. She didn't care. After reading her to filth, Judge Stewart then instructed Penny to stand before handing down her sentence of life in prison. Her sentence did carry parole eligibility. However, she would have to serve a minimum of 20 years before she would be eligible for consideration. So, given when she was arrested, she won't be eligible for full parole until June 14th, 2028. Yeah, notice I said full parole. Hold on to your butts for this one. While she's not up for full parole until 2028, thanks to the faint hope clause, Penny was able to apply for limited parole after just 15 years. Now, we covered the faint hope clause a while back when I covered the murder of Bruce Furman, but that was almost 3 years ago at this point, so just a refresher. The faint hope clause is a provision in the Canadian Criminal Code that allows prisoners sentenced to life in prison to apply for early parole after serving 15 years. So, grotesquely, Penny would have been eligible for early parole back in 2023. And while she wasn't granted it, she has been granted numerous outings in recent years in order to see family or to attend church events. As of April 2024, the Parole Board of Canada approved 23 supervised temporary absences for Penny, 18 of which would be to participate in church-related activities, and these outings would be at a maximum of 4 hours each. She was then granted 4 7-hour absences to be used to spend time with family, and then the final absence was granted to visit a potential halfway house where she may want to live if and when she's released from prison. According to the parole board, Penny has improved significantly as a person over the course of her incarceration. I doubt it, but who am I? Penny claims that at the time of Carissa's murder, she was struggling a lot to feel a maternal connection to her, and she attributes this to having lost her own mother to suicide at a young age. Although Penny is supposedly born again and rehabilitated and such, there has still been massive public outrage surrounding her rapidly expanding freedoms, especially coming from other members of Carissa's family. They cannot believe that Penny is being allowed out at all, whether it's for church or what. They don't care. I mean, to be fair, if anyone needs Jesus, it's that miserable bitch, but don't they have chapels in jail? Why she gotta leave the premises to talk to God? Ain't he everywhere?
She's not a Christian!
During an interview with Crime Beat, Carissa's father, Paul, when asked about Penny's freedoms, stated, quote, "I want her to look me in the eye and tell me that she's rehabilitated and that she should be out starting life over again. If she can give me one good reason why she thinks that should happen and why she should be out, I won't argue, but I guarantee you that's not going to happen." At any rate, Penny will be up for full parole in just about 3.5 years. So chances are, whether we like it or not, she is going to be walking among us free folk sooner rather than later. And with that, you guys, we are about wrapped for today. Rest in peace to poor Carissa. She should have had so much life still left to live, and she just never got the chance, all because of her mother. The one woman that was supposed to protect her at all costs cared more about her boyfriend than she did her own child. Sure, Carissa had a rebellious streak, but all in all, she was a sweet, caring, normal little girl. She loved music and teddy bears, video games, and stuffed animals. She also loved real animals and likely would have grown up to study veterinary medicine had she had the opportunity. She would be 29 years old today, and unfortunately, we will never know what good she could have done for the world had she had the chance to grow up. However, that is not to say that she has not had a positive impact on the world, because the opposite is actually true. Following the discovery of Carissa's body, a memorial was erected on the side of the highway where she was found, and as word spread that the memorial was there, hundreds of people started leaving teddy bears at the memorial in order to honor Carissa. Eventually, those bears were then collected from the memorial, cleaned, and donated to trauma victims in Carissa's honor. Upwards of 1,000 of them, which is just absolutely incredible. So certainly she did still make a massive difference in the lives of so many people. It's just a shame that she had to do it posthumously rather than alive and face to face. Dude, there is just no crime, in my opinion, more egregious than a parent taking the life of their own child. Like, I genuinely cannot think of a greater betrayal in the world than creating life just to snuff it out later. To look into your child's eyes and squeeze the life out of them after hearing them beg you not to. Dude, I'm sorry, Penny should be under the prison. I agree with Vernon. If you can hurt a kid, then you've done worn out your welcome here. That's for sure. Speaking of Vernon, like I said, he was completely cleared of having anything to do with Carissa's death. Obviously, he ended things with Penny as soon as she was arrested, and to my knowledge, she hasn't had any contact with her since. In recent interviews, he's denied having ever given Penny an ultimatum to choose between he and Carissa. Rather, he claims that all he told Penny was that something had to give. As in, like, she and Carissa couldn't keep living at each other's throats like they were. He just figured she was gonna take Carissa to counseling or something. Like, never in a million years could he have imagined that Penny was going to kill her own daughter just to try to protect her relationship with him. Again, Vernon definitely made some questionable moves throughout this story, but overall, hearing him speak in interviews, he really does seem completely gutted by what happened to Carissa, and I genuinely believe that he feels guilty for whatever role Penny believes in her mind that he played in how all of this went down. But yeah, let me know your thoughts on this case in the comments down below. 5 years ago, back in 2020, in the once close-knit small town of Beale City, Michigan, a single text message would spark a scandal that no one would soon recover from. Prior to this, Beale City was the quintessential small town. A small population, a close-knit community, and a sense of safety that came from knowing everyone by name and from trusting that your neighbors were always looking out for you. That is, until an anonymous texter's lies, threats, and digital deception gradually began to tear this small town completely apart. These mysterious and manipulative text messages shattered friendships. They destroyed the community's trust with one another. And overnight, basically everyone turned into a suspect. This is more than a story about catfishing. This is a raw look at the power of technology and the fragility of reputation and the dark side of growing up in the social media age. This is the story of the high school catfish, the recent Netflix documentary that has taken the world by storm. All right, so as I alluded to in the intro, we are heading to Michigan today. Specifically, we're making our way up to the teeny tiny itty bitty little minuscule town of Beale City. With a population of just about 300 people, give or take, resting on this 4 square mile plot of land, Beale City truly is the kind of place that almost feels frozen in time. It's a tiny little rural community located in central Michigan, nestled cozily amongst fields and woodlands, and that's about it. You know, normally I can give you some establishments or some landmarks that can help to paint a picture for you of the different places that we're talking about in these cases. But when it comes to Beale City, we've got a school, singular, one school, K through 12. So we've got a school and we've got a church. And again, that's about it. Oh, there's also a traffic light, singular. Can't believe I almost forgot that. But all jokes aside, it may sound like ridiculously small to us, but for the residents of Beale City, that's the way they like it. You know, to us, it might seem boring or like nothing would ever really happen there. But for those whose lives are there, that's exactly what makes it special to them. It's the kind of place where everybody knows your name and where neighbors help neighbors and where life just moves at a slower and steadier pace. I mean, as a parent, it does sound pretty nice to know that there's not really that much trouble that your kids could get into in this town because there's quite literally nothing for them to do. Shoot, even the parents in the town have a hard time finding different avenues of entertainment. One source that was questioned regarding the story said that the main source of entertainment in Beale City is being in each other's business, something that was especially true when it came to the adults and the kids. According to this source, the adults were constantly talking about what the kids were doing and what the drama in the town was and who was dating who and what was going on at school.
So how's school? What's going on? What's the hot goss? Hot goss.
And while I don't doubt for a second that the kids absolutely hated this, they hated that their parents were so easily able to intertwine themselves into their lives. At the end of the day, that's just how things were in Beale City. Yeah, it was annoying and sometimes it seemed invasive, but it was never really a serious issue. Overall, there honestly weren't really any serious issues going on in Beale City at any given time. That is until 2020, when a string of text messages kicked off a 2-year mystery that damn near tore this small town apart. And at the center of this scandal, I guess you could say, for lack of a better term, was 14-year-old Lauren Licari. Now, up to the point that our story takes place, it appears as though Lauren was living a relatively normal and happy life. She was the only child born to her parents, Sean and Kendra, and as we discussed, she was being raised in this small, quaint, quiet, rural, safe little town. She was active in her community. She played and she excelled at sports. She was a good student. She doesn't appear to have ever really gotten into any trouble growing up. Honestly, she kind of seems like the last person that you'd ever expect to end up wrapped up in one of the stories that I talk about here on this channel. But alas, here we are. At the time our story takes place, like I said, Lauren was 14. She was a student at Beale City High School, and she was about a year or so into a relationship with a boy in her grade named Owen McKinney. And all things considered, things were great for both Lauren and Owen. They were enjoying their time together. Their relationship was going well. In fact, things between them were so well that their families actually became very good friends throughout the time that they were dating. Everyone who knew Lauren and who knew Owen thought of them as like this golden couple. They were both athletic. They were both good students. They were both just good kids that more or less seemed to actually bring out the best in each other as well. And typically when it comes to like teenage romances, nobody ever really hears wedding bells, especially just a year in. But because of how small Beale City is and the fact that the population is generational, people really did look at Lauren and Owen as if they were like endgame. Essentially, these two were about as serious about each other as you could possibly expect them to be at that point in their lives. Out of the two of them, I definitely say that Owen was the more outgoing and the more social one. Now, Lauren had friends, don't get me wrong. It just seems as though she was more reserved, and it seems like she stuck to a smaller circle, where Owen appears to have been the, like, friends with everyone type of guy. So when October 2020 rolled around and the town's traditional, like, big Halloween party haunted trail thing was fast approaching, it wasn't surprising to hear that Owen wanted to go to the party while Lauren was perfectly fine sitting it out. Now, there's been a lot of discourse going around about the actual logistics of this party. Specifically, Lauren and Owen claim that Lauren was not expressly invited to attend this extravaganza. It's not necessarily that she didn't want to go, it was that she didn't feel comfortable going. However, Owen, because he viewed the two of them as like a package deal, he figured that it'd be perfectly fine if she went with him. Realistically, it'd be outrageous to expect that he'd be there, but that she wouldn't. Now, the people who hosted this party every year, Craig and Tammy Wilson, their daughter Chloe has since come forward and she's disputed the fact that Lauren wasn't invited. From her perspective and her family's perspective, this was more of like a more the merrier type of gathering. She claims that it was simply an event that her parents put on every year for the town as a whole, and that everyone in Beale City was welcome to come. It wasn't like an exclusive invite-only type of thing. But unfortunately, it wasn't just that Lauren and Chloe weren't close, they weren't even really friendly. I'll get more into it later, but Chloe is actually painted as like the class bully throughout this story. Maybe that was the reason that Lauren assumed that she wouldn't be welcome at the party. But on the flip side, Owen was friendly with Chloe. He was pretty close friends with her, actually. So perhaps he assumed that because he was friends with Chloe and he was dating Lauren, that it would be fine if she came with him. Honestly, though, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter who was invited and who wasn't, or if invitations were actually ever really extended. The point is, the party, it was coming up. Owen wanted to go. He was pumped up about it, but Lauren, on the other hand, was apprehensive. And I believe when all was said and done, she was planning not to go. Which brings us to mid-October, just about 2 weeks before the Halloween party was set to take place. Lauren was minding her own business one night, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing to write home about, when all of a sudden, out of the blue, she gets a text message. And honestly, I don't know what it was watching this documentary, because I haven't gotten a text like this in fucking decades. But I swear to you, they showed this message and I could almost like feel this phantom anxiety from when I was a teenager. And you'd get that text message that in that moment seemed like the end of the world. And this text for Lauren specifically said, quote,
"Hi, Lauren. Owen is breaking up with you. He no longer likes you and hasn't liked you for a while."
And this would have been bad enough, right? Lauren has been dating this guy for over a year. She's happy and she thinks that he's happy. But now, from this anonymous texter hiding behind a spoofed number, she's finding out that this, in fact, may not be the case. That alone could send any teenage girl spiraling. And unfortunately, that was just the beginning. This anonymous texter then went on to taunt Lauren, saying things like,
"You're a sweet girl, but I know I can give him what he wants. It's obvious he wants me. He laughs with me, smiles, touches my hair. Not sure what he told you, but he is coming to the Halloween party, and we're both down to fuck."
Can you imagine? If this would have happened to me in high school, I would have gone scorched fucking earth. Dude, this is crazy. Luckily, Lauren is a lot more level-headed and seemingly a lot more chill than I ever could have dreamed to have been in high school. So rather than freaking out or jumping to conclusions, more than anything, Lauren was just really confused. Like I said, up to this point, her and Owen's relationship had been the envy of the town. They were happy. They were close. They were the freaking golden couple, for crying out loud. So Lauren reaches out to Owen and she's like, hey, I got this text. It's kind of freaking me out. Like, do you know what's going on? To which Owen then reassures her that, one, the information in the text is not accurate. He's not breaking up with her and he does still like her. He's not DTF with whomever this anonymous texter is. And then two, he promises her that he's going to try to help her figure out who is the coward that's behind this spoofed number. And actually, I think this next part really speaks volumes because the first person that Owen questions regarding these text messages is actually Chloe, the same girl whose parents were throwing this Halloween party. And look, maybe I'm reading too much into this, but personally, I just don't think that you're going to go to someone with something like this and question them on it if at least a small part of you does not truly believe that they're responsible. If not responsible, at the very least, capable. Regardless of that, though, Owen reaches out to Chloe and he asks her, like, point blank, is this you? Do you know anything about it? Do you have any idea of who might possibly be behind it? If not you? Like I said, Chloe and Owen were actually pretty good friends. So if she's not behind the messages, then I guess it would be reasonable to expect that she would be willing to try to help him figure this out. But when he did actually get to talk to her, not only did she deny being the author of these heinous texts, but she also told him that she didn't really have any idea who might actually be the culprit either. And so with no answers and nowhere else really to turn, Owen and Lauren ultimately decide to just disregard and to ignore the messages, hoping that so long as they didn't add fuel to the fire, hopefully things would just fizzle out and their lives could go back to normal. They could have never imagined just how wrong they were. Now, the messages did stop for a few weeks following this Halloween party. So for a while, it kind of looked like their plan to ignore the messages had worked. They went throughout the entire rest of that school year without so much as a word from the anonymous texter. So as far as they were concerned, these messages were a one-time thing. They were done, they were over, and things were back to the way they were before. 11 whole months went by. So it's September of 2021 now, and these kids are gearing up for a whole new school year when all of a sudden, the anonymous texter rears their ugly head again.
How's the happy couple preparing for the end of the golden relationship? We hear about how you're the forever couple, but some of us don't want to hear it anymore. Owen loves me, and I'll always be the girl he loves. He will be with me while your ugly, lonely ass is alone.
And truly, I feel so bad for both Lauren and Owen having this shit just crop back up in their lives like this right at the start of a new school year. It was stressful enough the first go round, back before the Halloween party when they thought this was just a fluke. But now, more than ever, it is crystal clear to them that whomever is behind this fake anonymous number is someone malicious. Someone that is genuinely trying to break these two kids up and to ruin Lauren in particular's life. Yes, obviously, Owen is getting messages too, but whomever this is, their vendetta is clearly against Lauren specifically. So Lauren's pissed, rightfully so. What did she ever do to anyone to deserve to be the target of this kind of harassment? And props to her because she straight up calls this phone number, this number that's the source of these texts. She starts calling them back to back to back to back, hoping that eventually they'll answer and that maybe she'll recognize their voice or something. However, frustratingly, that is not something that this texter was obviously willing to engage in. They refused to answer these phone calls, and instead, they just responded to each call with yet another text message.
Bruh, low. Stop fucking calling. Ain't answering.
And while this obviously wasn't like any sort of smoking gun, one thing that Lauren did find very interesting was the fact that the texter had referred to her as Low, which was a nickname that for the most part, only those closest to her tended to use. So this was very alarming because Was this one of Lauren's friends doing this to her? Was this someone close to her that she thought she could trust, backstabbing her and making her life this living hell? These texts are coming in by the dozens daily at this point, and they're seemingly getting worse and worse and worse by the day. They went from seemingly having a motive of wanting to break Owen and Lauren up to seeming like they wanted to completely tear Lauren down. She was getting messages every day saying things like,
"You are the ugliest person I've ever seen. Fucking trash bitch. Don't fucking wear leggings. Ain't no one wanna see your anorexic flat ass. You dress like a fucking slut trying to get attention. Fuck off."
And like I've said a million times, this is an incredibly tiny town. So the high school, it's obviously smaller. We're talking like 30 kids per grade. So it did not take long for word of these texts to spread around and for basically everyone to become involved. And of course, I don't mean that everyone was getting these messages, because that certainly wasn't the case. But as Owen began sharing more and more details about the texts with his friends, it seemed like everyone started to have their head on a swivel. Everyone was trying to piece together this mystery. Everyone started trying to connect dots of who was involved in what conversations and who said what and who might have overheard what. I think the thought process was that eventually this texter was going to slip up and they were going to leave some sort of identifying detail in one of these messages that would eventually help these kids figure out who was behind this. And at one point or another, I think everyone was a suspect in some capacity. Like if Owen got a text during the day and he happened to look up and see someone on their phone, instinctively he's going to wonder, was it them? Did they just send that message? Have they been behind this whole time? Think of the paranoia and the unease that this must have put on these kids. It is just... it's diabolical. High school is hard enough without having to analyze and reanalyze and overanalyze every single interaction you have, or every text you receive, or every time you dare to look at your phone. I mean, the last thing that any of these kids likely wanted was for this ordeal to get blamed on them. So regardless of if people were directly receiving messages from whomever this person was or not, I think it's safe to say that everyone in Lauren and Owen's grade was affected by this in some way, shape, or form. Meanwhile, Lauren, her self-esteem and her confidence, they are just taking hit after hit after hit. These messages, they were vile. They were evil. And again, this is all on top of an already difficult time. Being a teenage girl, you already spend almost all day, every day, picking yourself apart. It is such an awkward and uncomfortable time. So to then have your insecurities pointed out and shoved down your throat by this ghost on the other side of your phone, as I'm sure we can all understand, this was really taking a toll on Lauren. And like a shark can sense blood in the water, this texter could seemingly sense Lauren's insecurities. They took them, they manipulated them, and they upped the ante. They started blaming Lauren for the fact that these text messages were impacting Owen's life.
"You are worthless and you mean nothing. You never have. Get a fucking life out of here. Owen will never look at you again or talk to you. You fucked his life up so bad. His family fucking hates you for it. He will never in his life acknowledge you again. Get the fuck lost, bitch. He is fucking done with you."
Now, thankfully, Lauren does seem to have had a really good support system as far as her family and her friends went. Owen was also reassuring her every step of the way, but her friends really seemed to have her back, and her parents seemed like they were really present and like they were always there for her, trying to help her and trying to guide her through this. But regardless of that, at the end of the day, I think we can all agree that support system or not, these messages had to have been incredibly damaging to this young girl who was just trying to navigate arguably one of the most formative time periods of her entire life. And devastatingly, every time it would seem like the messages couldn't get worse, they somehow would. They went from being just mean to being incredibly disturbing and incredibly sexually explicit.
Bitch, fuck off. You be ugly as skink. Ugly motherfucker. Owen and I down to suck. Finger, fuck. His stickin' fingers. My pussy and mouth. My fucking tits in his face. Fucking make him horny. Make it creamy. He wants sex, blowjobs, and making out. You don't give it up. He cheated on your ass for more.
Mind you, these are sophomores in high school. They're like 14, maybe 15 at this point. And like, I get it. Kids do be doing adult stuff. I was a teenager once too. But this language in this context, frankly, it's disturbing to me, and I'm in my 30s. So coupling that with the fact that they had no idea who was on the other side of those messages, it was really scary. Now, at first, Owen tried really hard not to involve his parents in this because he had just gotten his phone right around when the text messages had started. So he really wasn't trying to lose it because of some wackadoodle sending these ridiculous text messages. For him, initially, it was more just annoying than anything. Most of the vitriol in the messages was directed at Lauren. So she had definitely told her parents what was going on. But when the sexually explicit messages about Owen started, that is when he kind of got freaked out enough himself to finally bring the information and bring what was going on to his parents. And when they saw the kinds of things that were being said about their son by a stranger, I mean, to say that they were appalled, that would be a grievous understatement. Again, no one knows who is sending these messages. No one knows who's on the other side of that phone. Is this as far as they're willing to go, or are there more dangerous implications to this? Is this just this psychopath's jumping off point? I mean, we can see that the severity of the text messages is increasing, so who's to say that eventually, if they aren't getting the same thrill out of sending these messages, that they might not decide to escalate past that altogether. There were just so many unknowns at this point, and so many what ifs, and so many scary scenarios that these people had to consider. We're getting to a point now where these kids are getting upwards of 40, 50, 60 text messages a day. It was so unbelievably daunting, and it was anxiety inducing, and it was exhausting. Eventually, it got so unbelievably out of control that Owen and Lauren's parents, they felt like they just could not handle it anymore. Clearly, everything that they were trying wasn't working. The messages were still coming in. They were steadily getting worse and worse, and these kids were spiraling. They didn't know what, but something had to be done. And so, finally, Lauren's parents, Sean and Kendra, and Owen's parents, Jill and Dave, they set up a meeting at the school, hoping that having those officials behind them, they might at the very least be able to point them in some sort of tangible direction. Remember, these parents have grown incredibly close throughout their children's relationship. So of course they were going to band together in this in hopes of solving this mystery and of salvaging what was left of their kids' high school experience. But frustratingly, at least according to Lauren's mom, the school didn't handle things how she would have hoped. Playing devil's advocate though, as far as this school was concerned, yeah, they've dealt with like some low-level cyberbullying before, but by this point, by the time the families brought this situation to their attention, this had snowballed and grown far past just your average run-of-the-mill cyberbullying situation. This was harassment. This was harassment. This was stalking. This had become something that the school, should know about, but frankly, it was something that they were vastly under-equipped to deal with. That's not to say that they didn't try, because they certainly didn't do nothing. I think they tried their best. But speaking pragmatically, they've got 700 kids in this school that they're responsible for on a daily basis. It's not like they necessarily had all this time in the world to try to Scooby-Doo this shit. So they tried to narrow things down. They pulled kids into the office that they thought were, I guess, the most intertwined with Owen and with Lauren. Beyond that, they also pulled in, like, I guess some of the troublemakers. Basically, anyone in their mind that they could possibly fathom even knowing anything about these texts, they pulled them in and they questioned them. Christ, at one point, even Lauren herself was under the spotlight. As in, like, people thought that maybe she was sending herself these text messages to try to garner sympathy and to get attention. Maybe she was trying to test Owen or to, I don't know, trauma bond with him. And I mean, I guess I can understand having to investigate all possible avenues, but I'm going to spoil it for you right here. Lauren was not sending these text messages to herself, and she certainly was not sending them to Owen. So I can't even imagine the trauma of not only going through this, but then to have people suspect that you're doing it to yourself. The mental anguish that this poor girl must have been going through throughout all of this is just, it is incomprehensible to me. Now, unfortunately, speaking to the kids and questioning them about the messages, it didn't really seem to be uncovering anything additional or trudging up any helpful information. And here's where I disagree with Lauren's mom in her sentiment that she doesn't feel like the school did enough. Because once they finished questioning everybody, the principal and the superintendent, they took things even a step further than that. They started noting down all the specific timestamps of the text messages, and then they went on to pore over hours and hours and hours of CCTV footage from the school security cameras to see if maybe, by some chance, they might be able to find someone who happened to be on their phone during all the same times that the messages were sent. And you know what they found through doing this? Absolutely fucking nothing. These kids were on their phones pretty much any chance they possibly got. But even so, there was not a single standout person to the school officials whose phone usage seemed to match up conclusively with the texts that Lauren was receiving. Meanwhile, of course, the kids were blocking these numbers and they were ignoring the messages. But no matter what they tried, whomever this texter was would always find a way to show back up. And every time they would, it was like they were showing up worse than before. From my understanding, the anonymous texter was using a combination of a VPN as well as a random spoof phone number generator. And evidently using these two things in conjunction made these messages virtually untraceable. And this was something especially scary for Lauren's mom because she had an IT background. So she knew how difficult it was going to be to try to figure this out. Both she and Owen's mom, Jill, they were constantly at the school. They were constantly meeting with the principal and they were constantly begging for something to be done. Yet, no matter what they did or what they tried, these messages, they continued and they continued to get worse. And eventually, as things went on to escalate, it all started to become too much for either Owen or Lauren to handle. They started fighting a lot. They started losing trust for one another. And by December 2021, Owen decided that maybe they should just give in to these demands and they should just break up. You know, maybe if this person got what they wanted, the messages would stop. And if they were meant to be, then maybe they could try to have a relationship again someday, somewhere down the road. And that was it. Their relationship ended. Their communication ceased. And Lauren in particular, she was devastated. Yeah, they might have just been in high school, but Owen was her first love. That relationship at that time meant everything to her. I mean, just look at the hell that she went through for over a year just to try to make this work. They both took the breakup hard, but Lauren in particular, she was crushed. And what's even worse is that even after they gave this anonymous texter exactly what they had so clearly been working towards, the texts still did not stop. And what was really disheartening is that they were still somehow managing to continue to get worse. They were mocking Lauren about the breakup and they were rubbing in her face that they had won and they were telling her that she was worthless and that no one was ever going to want her and that, you know, she should probably just kill herself. Day in and day out, Lauren was receiving texts that said things like,
"Merry Christmas. You breaking up. We win. His life would be better if you were dead. Kill yourself now, bitch. Dead. Hashtag bang bang. Hashtag suicide. Believe it, bitch. He for real wants smash your head into wall. Owen wants you dead today.
we're getting to a point where this has crossed the line from just digital or verbal harassment to straight up dangerous. Lauren has been going through this for such a prolonged period of time. She herself admits that by this point, her mental state was bad. So how much of this can a young girl take before, they break? And even if Lauren was strong enough to push through and to keep going in spite of these messages, who's to say that whomever was sending them, like I said earlier, that they weren't going to go real life at some point? Because Lauren did get threats that insinuated that this was a possibility. She got texts that said things like, "Warning, finish yourself before we do." And I think when the physical threat started is basically the point where both sets of parents were like, enough is enough. They've tried to handle it in-house, so to speak. They've tried to enlist the help of the school, but at the end of all of that, they had made absolutely no notable headway. They were no closer to finding out who was behind all of this than they had been when they started. And so finally, the parents, with the backing of school officials, they reached out to the local authorities. And this is about 15-ish months into this nightmare when the police finally get involved. And from that point on, they were at the school multiple times a week. They were constantly sitting down and speaking with both Lauren and Owen. They were meeting with their parents. They were nonstop checking in to see where things stood. They'd review these messages with the kids, and they tried to dissect them point by point, trying to narrow down something that the sender might have said that could maybe possibly give some sort of clue as to what their true identity was. And then one day, completely out of the blue, it looked like they might have gotten the break that they had so desperately been hoping for. You see, one of the anonymous texters' favorite things to berate Lauren about was her athletic performance. And one day, after a basketball game, the texter made mention of the fact that they, in particular, were so much better at basketball than Lauren was. They made fun of her because she hadn't scored any points in the game the night before, while the texter had apparently scored 12 points. And while they didn't slip up and say their own name or anything, this did certainly seem to narrow down the pool of people that it could possibly be significantly. And it was going to be really easy for them to look into this. Because not only had Kendra, Lauren's mom, been at the game the night before, as any supportive parent should be, but she was one of the coaches. She had kept score at the very game in question. So all she needed to do was to review the records from the night before. She could see who scored those 12 points, and then boom, they'd have their culprit, right? So Kendra pulls the score sheet from the game the previous night, and lo and behold, one person on the team had scored exactly 12 points in that game. And it's actually someone that we already know. Remember Chloe, the girl whose parents threw the Halloween party every year? The one Owen was friends with, but Lauren wasn't? The first person that Owen thought to question about potentially being the author of these text messages? Yeah, that Chloe. And honestly, when this information came out, it doesn't really seem like anyone who heard that Chloe might have been responsible was really all that surprised. I briefly mentioned this earlier, but allegedly, according to her peers, Chloe, let's just say that she wasn't the nicest girl at Beale City High School, not by a long shot. Ever since, I think they said it was like 8th grade, numerous kids had reported Chloe to the school's administration for having bullied them. Now, to hear Chloe and her parents tell it, Chloe wasn't necessarily a bully per se, as much as she was just someone that had a really strong personality. She was competitive in sports, she had a lot of friends, and she definitely was not scared to speak her mind. At least, that's the situation from Chloe's perspective. But according to numerous other students, Chloe was mean. You know, supposedly she would say things around certain people just because she knew it would upset them. She would exclude people from certain social settings. And one report even claims that Chloe and her friends had thrown food at someone during an altercation. So if those reports are true, guilty of sending the messages or not, Chloe certainly doesn't come across as like an angel when you look into this case. And while, of course, there's no excuse for ever being cruel, we do also have to remember that these kids are only just breaking into their early teens at this point. And a lot of times, high school is like eat or be eaten, especially in these small towns where everyone has basically known each other since kindergarten. I think it's common for kids to try to solidify their spot as an alpha type personality in hopes of avoiding being picked on or being ostracized. You know, in the underdeveloped mind of a high schooler, it's better to bully than to be bullied. Again, I'm not condoning that. I'm just simply trying to explore the different nuances of the themes throughout this story. At any rate, though, of course, now police want to talk to Chloe, so they bring her in for an interview, which I feel like had to be really surreal for her and her family, because I don't know if I mentioned this, but Chloe's dad was a cop. So to see his daughter sitting down and being questioned like some sort of criminal, that had to be really hard for everyone involved to sort of wrap their heads around. Now, of course, in speaking to police, Chloe denied having any involvement in sending the messages, and she actually told police that she didn't really even know the extent or the severity of what was going on until very recently before that interview. And when police pulled Chloe's closest friends in to talk to them, they backed up her claims. They told police that, yeah, Chloe and Owen were close, and yeah, maybe Chloe and Lauren didn't necessarily get along that well, but more or less, they told police that Chloe would not be stupid enough to do something like this that could so easily be tracked back to her. And honestly, them saying that is hilarious and ironic, considering just how hard of a time police were actually in the middle of having trying to track these messages. But, you know, I digress. Things were getting so unbelievably out of hand. Friend groups were fighting and teachers were getting annoyed. Coaches were getting fed up. The police had become basically a permanent fixture at the school. Families were fighting and kids were fighting with their parents, and the parents' relationships were being strained and friendships were falling apart. Honestly, it was unbelievable to see just how widespread the fallout from those texts had truly become. Ultimately, Chloe decided voluntarily to turn her phone over to police so that they could do a data dump on her device and hopefully rule her out entirely. And that's exactly what ended up happening. Police dumped Chloe's phone. They pored over every detail, every photo, every text, every app, every pixel that was available on that device. They searched it, and when all was said and done, they were left with absolutely no reason for them to believe that Chloe was responsible for sending the text messages. And meanwhile, as Chloe is undergoing all this scrutiny, Lauren is still getting texts that are harping on her and trying to goad her. The sender is now bragging and boasting to her about how stupid the police are and how they're never going to get caught. I mean, these poor kids did not know what to do anymore. They didn't know who to turn to. They didn't know who to trust. No one knew who was going to be blamed next. Suspicion even fell onto Owen's own cousin at one point because I guess she didn't like Chloe, so police thought that maybe she was trying to frame Chloe as a way to get her in trouble. Like, the whole thing was an absolute clusterfuck. Just an unbelievable mess. Parents were going on Facebook tirades and accusations were being hurled at people left and right. This was honestly ruining these kids' high school experiences. Nothing about these people's lives felt normal anymore. They couldn't sleep. They could hardly focus on their day-to-day lives. Like I said, relationships, be it friendships or romantic, they were suffering. It felt as though the world was collapsing in around them. Owen and Lauren had been broken up for months at this point. Yet Owen was still receiving messages from this lunatic talking about how whoever they were, they wanted his help to take Lauren down.
Lauren doesn't deserve the air she breathes. She is a pointless human.
Non-stop. This person was just bashing this poor girl, talking about how everyone hated her and how she was a waste and how things would be better without her. And by now, the damage was not stopping at text messages. Lauren's home life was starting to suffer as a result of all of this. Her parents were stressed out. They were fighting. It began to affect their marriage. It began to affect their jobs. Their finances completely fell apart. They had to move and downsize houses, I think like 4 separate times throughout this mess because they were struggling that badly. Eventually, it got to a point where, out of desperation, Lauren's parents had to move most of their belongings into a storage unit because it was easier for them to afford that as a means of keeping their belongings safe than it was for them to afford a house big enough to accommodate them. Like, I cannot stress to you enough just how big of an impact this ordeal was truly having on everyone that was involved. Christ, the whole town had been like flipped upside down on its head by this point. The desperation that you can hear in these people's voices in these interviews and in the tapes of the police interrogations and the meetings, and it is just heartbreaking. It genuinely, I can't believe that this happened. Owen in particular admitted that by this point in everything, he was really starting to feel like it was not worth it to keep trying to push through. He even flat out told this anonymous texter that they were pushing him to the edge and that he was starting to feel suicidal. But whomever was on the other end of those messages, they had absolutely no sympathy for what they were putting him through, and they had no empathy for what he was feeling. Just sociopathic, to torture and to manipulate and to terrorize children like this. Believe it or not, this had been going on for almost 2 years at this point. And when I realized how long this all went on, it blew my freaking mind. Like, how in this day and age are we this stumped by a cybercrime? How can we not trace this? How can we not figure this out? I think the answer is that Beale City is just incredibly tiny. So my guess is that they simply did not have the resources that they needed to try to unencrypt all of the data that they were able to pull. And, once they came to this conclusion, out of desperation, sure, but honestly, it was out of necessity at this point that the police local to Beale City ultimately ended up deciding to pass the case along to the FBI. This is April of 2022, by the way, when the case finally made its way to the federal cybercrimes unit. Beale City turned over, I think, upwards of 1,000 pages of evidence to the FBI in hopes that with their far superior resources, that maybe they could figure out who was behind this nightmare. And while the FBI was able to do significantly more at their level than the local authorities ever could have hoped to, it still wasn't instant. And so, while they worked to untangle the mess that Beale City had dropped into their laps, simultaneously, Owen and his new girlfriend, so not Lauren anymore, totally different girl from a completely separate school hours away, all of a sudden, she started getting text messages very similar to those that had been plaguing Lauren all these months. Like, this poor kid, he loses one girlfriend, he gets harassed into contemplating suicide, he finds a new girlfriend hours outside of his hometown, he finally starts to feel some semblance of happiness again, and then, what do you know? The whole cycle repeats itself. It was truly like no one was safe. And Owen actually started to feel guilty about this, as if it was his fault. He started to feel like he couldn't get close to anyone without potentially putting them in danger, without putting them through what Lauren was going through. How did this person even know that he was dating this girl, let alone how to get in contact with her? Like, what in the fatal attraction is going on here?
Hey, I'm telling you, if we had a bunny, dude would be on the stove right now.
I'm sorry, but who is this obsessed with a teenage boy? Get a fucking grip. Ew. To clarify, that's nothing against Owen. I'm sure he's a perfectly fine lad, I'm just saying that to have this level of obsession over anyone, to be willing to ruin their lives and to ruin the lives of anyone and everyone in close proximity to them.
Bitch is crazy.
Thank God the FBI was working tirelessly in the background to try to figure this all out, because within just days of having this case on their desk, they were already making more headway in the investigation than the Beale City police had been able to make over the course of months. And it all started with the fake phone numbers that had been sending the text messages. The FBI was pretty quickly able to determine the specific app that the texter had been using to generate these spoofed numbers. So they subpoenaed that particular company in order to get the IP addresses of the person who had used their app to generate those particular phone numbers. But as previously mentioned, the texter had used a VPN in conjunction with the phone number app. So basically it disguised their IP address and made it look as though they were basically anywhere in the world other than Beale City. So now investigators are tasked with essentially trying to unscramble these IP addresses in order to pinpoint who specifically is responsible for this reign of terror. And eventually, they did it, bitch. After working tirelessly on this case, the FBI was able to determine the real phone number that was connected to the real IP address that was used at the time the texts were sent. And when I fucking tell you that there is no goddamn way on fucking planet Earth that you are ready for who was truly responsible for all of this, I mean it. Hold on to your socks, your wigs, your butts, strap down your titties, and brace for fucking impact. Because the person responsible for sending these vile, vitriolic, sexually explicit, derogatory, hateful, threatening, horrific text messages was none other than Kendra fucking Likari, Lauren Likari's own mother.
I'm sorry, I just hallucinated.
Nope, your ears do not deceive you. The person sending these messages to Lauren, making fun of her looks, making fun of her athletics, shaming her for not being sexually active, and telling her to kill herself, was her very own mother. Yeah, dude. Jaw-dropping. And how shocked and surprised you're likely feeling right now, amplify that shit by like 1,000,000. And then you might be half as shocked and half as appalled as the people that were close to Kendra and close to this investigation when they found that information out. Shoot, some people flat out refused to even believe that it was true at first. Owen's mother, Jill, who had been spearheading this quest for answers with Kendra, ironically, she flat out told the FBI when they told her that they thought it was Kendra that there was no fucking way. And honestly, that's a pretty fair reaction. Who on earth, in their right mind, would ever assume that a mother would be capable of putting her daughter through something as dangerous and as demeaning as this? From the outside looking in, Kendra Likari was a doting and loving and involved mother. She coached her daughter's sports teams. She volunteered at the school. She was on committees and she helped organize school events. Before all this went down, if you had asked anyone, they would have told you that Kendra and Lauren were super close and that Kendra was a loving and a supportive parent. But when the FBI and the Beale City Police started peeling back the layers, now that they had Kendra in their crosshairs, things disturbingly really did seem to start adding up. Kendra had an IT background. She would have known without batting an eyelash how to use a spoof phone number generator and how to use a VPN. She would have had insider knowledge as to what police could have easily accessed and what she would have needed to conceal. And then looking further into her, they found out that although she was supposedly working for a company in Texas, in actuality, Kendra hadn't worked in 6 to 12 months. So while she was supposedly trying to work to help her family claw their way out of financial ruin, she was instead sitting around on her phone day in and day out, harassing and torturing And not just her own daughter, but her daughter's boyfriend and her daughter's classmates. Let's not forget, she also texts the other girl that Owen tried to date after Lauren. I mean, I'm no doctor, so I'm certainly not equipped to diagnose anyone with anything. But if you're sitting down all day doing this and letting your family's finances fall apart and your child's life circle the drain, I am at least comfortable in saying that you're a few cards short of a whole deck, my friend. The lights are on, but ain't nobody home. You know, the wheel's still turning, but the hamster, homie's nowhere to be seen. This woman is balls to the walls, batshit, banana nut muffin, fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And if by chance everything I've told you up to this point doesn't hammer home that fact enough, try this on for size. When police confronted Kendra and when they told her that they knew that she was behind the messages, this woman with her whole chest asked them if there was any way that they could not tell Lauren about it. Now, obviously, police were like, yeah, I don't really know how you could ever expect that would be possible. Because obviously, they have to tell everybody else about this. They've got to tell Owen's family. They have to tell Chloe's family. They have to tell the family of the girl that Owen tried to date after Lauren. So it's like, even if police don't tell Lauren, which realistically they were going to, whether Kendra wanted them to or not, but for argument's sake, even if they don't tell her, someone else undoubtedly would. But, you know, that is just so not what Kendra wanted to hear. My guess is that this was mainly out of self-preservation. However, she did try to make it seem as though she might have been more concerned about Lauren than she was about herself. You know, as if everything that she had done up to this point hadn't directly gone against that notion. But yeah, she told police something along the lines of, once this is out, I don't know how Lauren could possibly go back to school.
This is out there. Like, I don't know how she can go to school. I know.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Did you not think of any of this before you started digitally harassing your very own daughter? Before you started trying to ruin the lives of these high school kids? The audacity of that woman to sit there with them teeth and try to insinuate that the cops are going to be the ones responsible for ruining Lauren's life. She's acting like it is a viable option for them to take what they know and just, fucking disappear with it? My dude, be so fucking for real right now. In my opinion, this just goes to show how detached from reality this woman truly is. I genuinely believe that she never even considered the fact that she would get caught, let alone that she would ever actually end up seeing any legal ramifications from this. And if you watch the body cam footage from the day that police confronted Kendra, you can also see the moment that they break it to Lauren that her mother was the one sending these texts. And while Lauren doesn't necessarily appear like shocked, I more so view her response as like a complete disassociation from anything. For lack of a better way to describe it, it looks like finding out that her mom is responsible for all of this, like it broke Lauren's brain for a few minutes. I think she heard your mom did this and she just blacked out from there. But what absolutely fucking chaps my ass about this, police barely even had the information out of their mouths before Kendra was up and like wrapping herself around Lauren. She immediately starts hugging on her and crying and rubbing her arm. It is just, it's so manipulative and so distasteful. Yeah, up to this point in her life, Kendra has been Lauren's safe space. She has been her support system, and she has been the one to comfort her when she's down, or so Lauren thought. So for her to jump in and to try to do the same thing for her when she was the one who had been terrorizing her, it is full-on psychological warfare, especially on a teenage girl who, at this age, feels like she needs her mother. She needs this maternal figure in her life to try to help her navigate the world. So finding out in front of her that it's her mother that has been the one systematically trying to ruin her life for almost 2 years, I cannot even begin to imagine what is going through this poor girl's head in that moment. Honestly, I don't even think that it was right for police to break this news to Lauren in the way that they did. Because not only did they tell Lauren all of this right in front of Kendra, but Kendra and Lauren were the only two home at the time that police did break the news. They freaking had Lauren call her dad so that they could ask him to come home. I don't know. I just think that it could have been handled in a much more tactful way than it was. Surely there was a way that could have more successfully prioritized Lauren and her mental well-being than how they ended up doing it. But it is what it is at this point. And speaking of Lauren's dad, Sean, when he found out, not just about the catfishing, but about the fact that Kendra had basically given up working in order to pursue ruining her daughter's life as her full-time job, oh my God, this man was livid, and rightfully so. He demanded that Kendra leave the house. He basically told her, like, I don't care where you go, but you sure as shit ain't staying here. And actually, at one point, he told police to make sure that Kendra left because as mad as he was, he didn't trust himself around her without the supervision. Meanwhile, while all this is going on, Kendra is still crying. She's still hugging and rubbing on Lauren. She's telling Sean that she can't leave because she can't leave Lauren in the fragile state that she's in. Bitch, you caused this. It's all you're doing. Frankly, I think the best thing for Lauren would be to be as far away as humanly possible from this unhinged lunatic formerly known as her mother. Like, I cannot understand. As a mother, how could you do this? All I want out of life is for my kids to be safe and to be happy and to be well taken care of. I cannot fathom seeing them go through something like this, let alone being the cause of it. It makes me physically ill to imagine the type of sick mind it must take to be capable of doing something like this to any child, let alone to your own kid. This woman's brain needs to be studied because they have got to come up with like a pill or a therapy or something to try to minimize the chances of someone ever doing something like this ever again. I mean, the turmoil that Lauren was likely going through, that was heartbreaking enough. But then to see Sean find out that it had been his wife this whole time, the woman that he promised to spend his entire life with, she has been lying to him like this for almost 2 years. I mean, you have to think about it. This man's life was also just flipped upside down like that. And her lies and her deceit and her manipulation, Sean slowly began to find out that it went so much further than just tormenting and torturing their own child. From misappropriating their finances to the point where they lost all of their belongings that they had in those couple of storage units to, like I said, having to move and to downsize multiple times. This was also when he found out that Kendra hadn't been working for like 6 months to a year. There were accusations of insurance fraud. It just, truly, this was him finding out that he basically had no idea who he had been married to all these years. And actually, it was when Sean comes home and when he confronts Kendra that all of a sudden Lauren seems to kind of snap back into reality. That is when she starts crying. And I think that's when the gravity of what's happening truly seems to come down on her. And of course, who's there to paw at her and hug her and try to comfort her? Fucking Kendra. If you haven't seen it, fair warning, it will make your skin crawl to watch. And what's absolutely ass bananas is that when you listen to her talk about this, talk about all of this coming to a head and the cat being out of the bag, so to speak, it genuinely sounds like she didn't even know it was her. Like, that is how dumb she tries to play about this whole thing. It is beyond infuriating.
It was a very high emotional day in our house. A day of confusion, unknown answers, shock, a day of not even knowing how we move forward to the next day.
What are you talking about?
Ultimately, Kendra was arrested and she was charged with 2 counts of stalking a minor, 1 count of obstruction, and 2 counts of using a computer to commit a crime. Rather than take her case to trial, Kendra instead opted to plead guilty to the 2 counts of stalking in exchange for a sentence of 5 years in jail with parole eligibility after 19 months. Obviously, as part of the plea, the other 3 charges were formally dropped. Kendra was released on parole in August of 2024. As of now, she remains under supervision. However, that is scheduled to end just 4.5 months from now, in February of 2026.
What?
Now, in my opinion, given what she put her daughter through and these kids through and honestly her entire community through, I simply do not think that the year and some change that she served is even close to enough time. Just think about the psychological distress and the trauma that she inflicted on her own daughter, the atom bomb that she dropped on Lauren's ability to trust people, the damage to her reputation, the fact that some people still believe that Lauren was somehow in on all of this. This woman completely destroyed her daughter's high school experience. Same with Owen. The kid wanted to kill himself because of the stress and the agony that she put him through. She destroyed her husband mentally and emotionally and financially. Her daughter's peers were subject to suspicion and scrutiny. People's families and their relationships were destroyed over this. These kids were forced to grow up so much faster than they should have had to, being pulled out of class on a regular basis so that they could be interrogated by police. The trust issues that they all have to have developed from this. Then on a broader scope, the town as a whole suffered unimaginable fallout from this woman's actions. This once tight-knit, close community, it's obliterated. Nobody felt like they could trust anybody anymore. Nobody felt safe in their community anymore. And that's not even taking into consideration the absolute media shitstorm that this invited into their quaint, private little town. Yes, of course, Lauren bore the brunt of her mother's actions, but I'm confident in saying that there likely was not a single resident of this tiny little town that was not impacted in some way by what this absolute Looney Tune decided to do one day. And for what? Was she bored? I think the biggest mystery remaining in this case is what Kendra's true motive could have possibly been. There have been a lot of theories put out there by those closest to the case regarding what they think the motive was. Now, Kendra herself claims that she wasn't the one to send the initial text messages and that she only started sending texts to Lauren and Owen to try to figure out who had sent the initial texts.
What?
Yeah.
She says that at first she started texting them to try to help get to the bottom of who the first few texts had been from, but that then over time it spiraled out of control and she became addicted to sending these messages. Really take in what she's saying there. She's saying that she became addicted to telling her daughter that she was ugly, that she was worthless, that she should kill herself. She was addicted to sending sexually explicit messages about a 14-year-old boy. Addicted to telling her daughter that she wasn't worthy of love because she didn't give her boyfriend enough blowjobs. I'm sorry, but how in the actual flying, foodling fuck was Kendra sending these messages ever going to help them figure out who was sending the first messages? To clarify, I don't for a single solitary second believe that anyone other than Kendra was ever messaging these kids. And for what it's worth, the FBI did their due diligence in comparing phone numbers and IP addresses and text message times. And no matter what parameters they were looking at, all signs always pointed back to one person and one person alone as the culprit. And that person was unwaveringly Kendra Likari. Beyond Kendra's own nonsensical ramblings, though, some people think that Kendra was feeling distant from Lauren, so she started sending the text messages as a way to make her need her. I believe it was the superintendent of the school that likened it to almost a cyber Munchausen by proxy case. So instead of making someone dependent on her by making them sick or by hurting them, Kendra was trying to make Lauren need her by ruining her life. Kendra also claims that she was sexually assaulted as a teenager, and so as her daughter got closer and closer to that age, it started to bring up a lot of trauma, and somehow that combined with her not wanting her daughter to end up in a similar vulnerable position. Honestly, I can't even really articulate how the hell she tried to tai chi that into a reasonable explanation for what she went on to do to her daughter. Like, she didn't want her daughter to end up sexually violated, so in turn, she anonymously taunted her for not being sexually active. I'm not discounting what she alleges happened to her. I wasn't there. I don't know one way or the other. But what I will stand 10 toes down on is the fact that whether this happened or not, it is not a valid reason to do what she did to anyone, let alone her own daughter. There is not a reason on earth that anyone could come up with, in my opinion, to ever justify the things that this woman did. What she did to her daughter, to her daughter's classmates, and to her community. Her behavior was vile, and it was inexcusable. Point blank, period. And unfortunately, that brings us to one of the more disturbing theories that I've seen floating around out there. And that is that Kendra is a predator. That her behavior towards her daughter and the messages that she wrote about Owen lend credence to the idea that Kendra is a pedophile. Now, I'm not saying that is fact, but I can say that I don't not believe it, at least to some extent. Honestly, though, you could probably tell me that she wanted to wear her daughter as a skin suit, and I'd likely believe it, because I don't think I could put anything past this woman. Genuinely, I do believe that Kendra was jealous of Lauren to some extent. I think that's why one of the main things that she liked to make fun of Lauren for was her basketball performance, because Kendra also played high school basketball, so seeing Lauren excel and potentially get recognition that maybe she didn't get, or maybe she felt that she had deserved, I think that really bothered Kendra. But whatever the case may be, circling back to Owen in particular, Kendra genuinely really does seem as though she had this, like, at the very least, some sort of sick infatuation with him. And this, looking back, is apparent even putting the text messages aside. Apparently, she would text him as herself frequently. She would go to his sporting events, even if Lauren couldn't go. She seemed to always be trying to get his attention or, trying to interact with him. If he had dinner at her house, she would cut up his food for him. I believe she volunteered to coach one of his teams at one point. So just a lot of, in hindsight, seemingly inappropriate stuff that, when you do couple it with the text messages, really raises a lot of red flags. Ugh. Even being able to think these things up in your head about a 14-year-old boy, I mean, the thoughts are bad enough, but then to say them to your daughter in conjunction with the other horrible things she was spewing at her, sick and fucking twisted. And that's putting it lightly. As a refresher, Kendra was routinely texting these children things like,
"No dude ever touching that puppy. You nasty slut. He wants a popular girl. Breaks the rules. Dresses sexy. Shows off and is athletic. You're ugly, and sick ass. Your anorexic toddler body in JV is worthless. A mistake. Never get any attention. You're nothing. No one ever want your anorexic flat ass and tits. Bitch, f*** off. You be ugly as skank. Ugly motherfucker. Owen and I down to suck. Finger, fuck. His 10 fingers, my pussy and mouth, my fucking tits in his face. Fucking make him horny, make it creamy. He wants sex, blowjobs, and making out. You don't give it up. He cheated on your ass for more. His life would be better if you were dead. Kill yourself now, bitch. Dead. Hashtag bang bang. Hashtag suicide. Believe it, bitch, he for real wants smash your head into wall. Owen wants you dead today.
Now, Kendra has denied having any sort of romantic feelings for Owen. She actually recoiled at the insinuation when the cops brought it up. But if this never had anything to do with being attracted to Owen or with wanting Owen, then how, pray tell, does one explain the fact that she then went on to meddle in his new relationship? She did this a year after he and Lauren had broken up, when he started dating that girl that she had never even met. Like, it simply does not make sense. So whether she truly is a predator or whether she's just trying to relive her youth by interjecting herself into these kids' lives, whether she was trying to manipulate her daughter into needing her, or whatever combination of possibilities it truly was, I personally do not think that Lauren should ever have any sort of communication with her mother ever again. At least not unless she gets some serious help. Because right now, I think that she's manipulative. I think that she's dangerous. And I think without serious intervention, it would just be a matter of time before she would pull some shit like this again. And that's if, God forbid, she didn't decide to do something worse next time. Lauren did maintain some contact with her mother while she was in prison, but according to the documentary, that communication has ceased for the time being since her mother's release. Sean and Kendra obviously ended up getting divorced after this, so Lauren is currently living with him, and oh my God, I just hope that she's okay. I hope she's okay. I hope Owen's okay. I hope all the kids that got roped into this nightmare by this woman are somehow doing okay now. I can't imagine having all of this brought back up recently with the release of the documentary. That cannot have been easy. Obviously, they all agreed to participate in it, but it has really taken the world by storm. I don't know if they were actually really expecting the amount of attention that this documentary has managed to garner in such a short amount of time. And God, it is crazy that Kendra participated in the documentary, isn't it? That she sat there as the story progressed, acting like she was so concerned throughout this time frame and so worried about her daughter. She did this knowing full well that she was the one behind these text messages. That is wild to me. Evidently, Kendra's participation in the documentary was pretty last minute. They were moving forward with it one way or another. So my guess is that once Kendra realized that this thing really was happening, she then decided to try to be a part of it. I think that her goal was to try to mitigate the public's response.
And I'll let you in on a little secret. It ain't working.
In one of the confessional style interviews that they do with Kendra in the documentary, she tries to liken what she did to other petty crimes. She says something along the lines of oh, most people break the law in their lives, but the difference between them and me is that I got caught, so now I'm a headline. I'm sorry, ma'am. Speeding, littering, jaywalking, sure. Those are technically laws being broken. But I think we can all agree that there is a significant difference between those minor infractions and the fucking shitstorm on wheels that you plowed through your daughter's life. That is like a murderer saying that what they did is comparable to running a traffic light. There is no way on planet Earth that this woman is really this deluded. Is there? I mean, I guess there is, because look what she did. Oh, I don't know. At this point, I'm just talking in circles. I just have so many thoughts and so much that I would still like to say, but I'd just be beating a dead horse. So I guess with that, you guys, we are about wrapped for today. Let me know your thoughts on this case in the comments down below. This case was kindly requested by a sweet subscriber named Stacy. Stacy isn't just interested in this case, she actually has a family connection to it. So thank you so much, Stacy, not just for bringing this case to our attention, but thank you for entrusting me with the memory and the story of sweet little Alex. James Alexander Hurley was born on September 18th, 2007 in Cleveland, Texas, to his parents Alicia Davis and Tommy Tate. Now, it's my understanding that Alicia and Tommy weren't actually in any sort of official relationship at the time that Alex was conceived. Rather, from what I was able to find, it seems like they were simply really good friends who had a few too many beers at a party one night and decided to have a little fun. Obviously, they weren't expecting that a couple of weeks later, they would find out that that night of fun had turned into a lifelong commitment. But while unexpected, Tommy and Alicia were no strangers to parenthood. They actually each both already had one previous child from other relationships of theirs. So while this wasn't in their plans, Alex was a loved and welcomed addition to both Alicia and Tommy's respective family units. Growing up, Alex was described by his friends and his family as an all-American boy. He loved playing outside, he loved sports, he loved his siblings, he was friendly and outgoing, he was responsible and loving, and he was helpful. He was incredibly proud of being from Texas, and according to Alicia, he was simply a happy little boy who loved his life. Now, sadly, in 2014, Tommy was unexpectedly involved in a life-threatening and ultimately life-altering ATV crash that left him a paraplegic. He was not only paralyzed from the waist down, but Tommy would actually end up having to have both of his feet as well as one of his legs amputated. So yeah, like I said, a completely devastating and completely life-altering experience that flipped Tommy's world completely on its head. He went from your average run-of-the-mill guy, completely self-sufficient, to someone who now required significant daily assistance. And this wasn't just about him, mind you. Tommy also had a daughter, as well as Alex, that he could no longer independently care for. And that was on top of the fact that he would now need daily help with his own basic needs. So after weighing his different options, and I'm sure after a lot of difficult and painful conversations and decisions, Tommy ultimately chose to move over 20 hours northwest from Texas to Yellowstone, Montana, so that he could live with his parents. Tommy's parents, Patricia Batts and James Sasser Jr., lived in a home on Buffalo Drive, located in West Yellowstone, and based on the information that you can find about them at this time, they seem like a perfectly fine group of people. We will soon come to find out that that was absolutely not the case, but prior to everything that we're about to get into, there really wasn't anything about these people, at least to my knowledge, that could have served as a warning to the monsters that they truly were. Putting a pin in that though, just because he was no longer living in Texas, do not think that because Tommy had moved, that he planned to have any less of a relationship with Alex in any sort of way. That could not have been further from the case. Tommy did everything that he possibly could. Everything in his power to stay in contact with Alex and to help Alicia support him, even from over 20 hours away. He called Alex daily. He sent Alicia money to not only help with any of Alex's expenses, but also to help out with her older son, who wasn't even biologically Tommy's. He also would make the trip back to Texas as often as his condition would allow. Like I said, he may have been far away in distance, but in the love and support that he showed for his son, it was as if he had never left. And this arrangement worked for everyone involved for a couple of years. Alex lived with his mom and stepdad in Texas, while Tommy lived and was cared for by his parents in Montana. He made sure to maintain a relationship with his son to the best of his ability, and at least from where I'm sitting, it seems as though he was doing a pretty good job of it. However, in 2017, so like 3-ish years after Tommy's accident, Alicia and her husband actually decided to allow Alex to move to Montana in order to facilitate him building and growing more of a connection with his dad. Like I said, Tommy was doing his best to remain as like an integral part of his son's life, but from hundreds of miles away, you have to admit, there's gonna be certain limitations. That's just the fact of the matter. So couple that with Tommy's physical limitations, like it's not like he could easily make the trip back and forth to spend time with Alex in person. So as hard as I'm sure it was for Alicia, I think it was incredibly selfless for her to allow Alex to take this time and to make this change specifically to bond with his father. And so in August of 2017, Alex packed up his belongings and he headed north to be with his dad. But he wasn't just going to be with his dad though, because for some context, living under this roof, there were going to be a total of 7 different people. We of course have Alex and Tommy, and then there were Tommy's parents, Patricia and James. And then to round it off, we have Tommy's siblings. We have Madison Sasser, who was 18 at the time. We have Jimmy Sasser, who was 14. And then there was one other younger child who was just 6 at the time, who I'll simply be referring to as the 6-year-old. So yeah, quite a full house, you could say. And while yes, technically, these children were Tommy's siblings, which would obviously make them Alex's aunts and uncles. Realistically, they were much closer in age to being like Alex's siblings or his cousins or something. So you would think that this would be super fun. I loved hanging out with and spending time with my cousins when I was a kid. And on top of that, he's finally going to get to spend like all this time with his dad that he's been missing out on. So like you hear this and you so badly want to look at it as a positive arrangement for Alex. Because base level, it sounds like it would be, but as you will soon see, this was absolutely not the case. Aside from the fact that he got to spend like 2 to 3 really good months with his father, time that he otherwise wouldn't have had with him. Beyond that, there is not a lot of silver lining in this to be found once the story is fully laid out. Obviously, I've explained that Tommy had a lot of complex medical issues following his ATV accident. Sure, he survived the initial accident, but his life had never really gotten back to like any real sense of normal. Of course, he had to relearn how to live his life now, following his amputations and now living with paralysis. But on top of that, he was constantly back in and out of doctor's offices and in and out of hospitals in order to address different medical issues that would arise sometimes out of nowhere. He even ended up in numerous different surgeries over the years to address different issues or to treat different like infections and things like that would just crop up out of the blue. And in December of 2017, Tommy's mother, Patricia, made an announcement to her family and friends that Tommy once again was in the hospital. And sadly this time, Tommy wouldn't pull through. Following one of what Patricia described as many surgeries, Tommy developed a pretty serious infection. And despite all that doctors did to try to manage it, they simply couldn't. The infection eventually got to Tommy's heart and it caused it to give out. And devastatingly, on January 2nd, 2018, at just 29 years old, Tommy Tate passed away. And like I said, this was devastating. Tommy had been through so much over the preceding years, and his family had been through so much right alongside him. He had fought and persevered. He had endured and overcome so much. However, in the end, he had tragically still lost his fight. And this all happened just months after his son had moved to be with him. Something no doubt that both he and Alex had been so excited about. It truly is so devastating. Yeah, I'm glad that Alex got those few months with his dad before he did ultimately pass away, but as I've mentioned, this story is only about to go from bad to so much worse. And that's not even factoring in that this little boy basically moved from Texas to Montana just to watch his father die. So taking that into consideration and combining it with where this story is heading, well, let's just say that you'll soon understand why it's hard to view this move as a positive thing, even though that was the intention of everyone that was involved in the choice when it was actually made. Following Tommy's tragic and sudden death, rather than immediately packing up his things and making the trek back to Texas, Alex actually decided that he wanted to stay in Montana, at least for the remainder of the school year. And you have to think, this kid had just gotten settled when all of this went down. He had just started a new school and started to make new friends. His life had been completely shaken up, not once, but twice, just in the span of like 3 months. So it's understandable that even with his father now gone, that Alex might just want to stay in one place for a while, just to try to ground himself and, Christ, just to take a breather. And so, after numerous conversations regarding the matter, and after speaking with Patricia and with James, Alicia eventually agreed. They decided that Alex would finish out the school year, staying with Patricia and James in Montana, and then come summertime, I guess that was when they would reevaluate. I mean, you wouldn't think that Alicia would have had anything to worry about. Sure, they're not her parents that Alex is staying with, but they were Tommy's parents, so she trusted them. They were her son's grandparents. I think more often than not that you would assume that short of being with parents, being with grandparents should be one of the safest places that a child could be. Sadly, though, it would ultimately come out that in this particular situation, that was just not the case. But even with that said, things did seem to start off well enough, at least at first. As far as I know, throughout this initial time frame, like immediately following the move and directly following Tommy passing away, Alex never mentioned any sort of issues or brought up any complaints to Alicia or to any of his other family back in Texas. Actually, when the school year ended, Patricia ended up contacting Alicia and asking her if Alex could stay with them for longer. I guess she had a trip planned for her children for that summer, and they all wanted Alex to come along as well. So after talking things over, Alicia agreed, and by the time the trip ended, Alex seemed to still be doing so well in Montana that Alicia eventually made the decision to let him stay indefinitely. The only caveat that she had to this decision was that she said he had to maintain decent grades. But given all that he had been through, my guess is that Alicia was apprehensive to flip his life all around again, given how well he truly did appear to be doing living with Patricia and James. Unfortunately, though, this could not have been further from the reality. And gradually, over the following months, Alex's communication with Alicia, it started to wane. He went from frequently calling or FaceTiming her to almost exclusively texting her. And eventually even that started to taper off. But Alicia didn't ignore this. She didn't stop trying to check in on her son. As a matter of fact, she frequently reached out to Patricia to try to contact Alex or to at least get updates on him. But as time wore on, those attempts at communication were also often ignored. And if she did ever manage to actually get a hold of Patricia, she would just make excuse after excuse, just constantly spouting off this never-ending list of bullshit reasons that Alex couldn't come to the phone or that he couldn't call Alicia back right then. However, in actuality, the true reason that Patricia was blocking Alicia from communicating with her son, it wasn't that he was off playing or that he was busy with his schoolwork or that he was gleefully off doing chores or any of the other crap that Patricia tried to pass off. Rather, Patricia knew that if she gave Alex an opportunity to talk to his mother, not only was he going to beg her to let him come home, but Patricia likely knew that if that conversation happened, her ass was going to end up in the slammer. And that is because since Tommy's death, Patricia, she had devolved from a grieving mother and a grieving caretaker and a grandmother to poor little Alex's very worst nightmare. Now, it's unclear exactly when the abuse against Alex truly started. However, what is not unclear is that this poor little boy, in the months leading up to his death, he was put through absolute hell on earth. And what's even more horrifying is that it wasn't just at the hands of Patricia that this abuse took place. It maybe started out that way, but systematically, one by one, each and every single other member of that family, down to the 6-year-old, at one point or another, they would all participate in the torture and the abuse of poor Alex. When all was said and done, this house was later referred to as a war zone, a hell house where violence against Alex was not just normalized, but it was encouraged. He was treated as the enemy, with Patricia and James acting as generals and the children as soldiers in his abuse. Patricia told her family that Alex was dangerous and that he was evil. She convinced them that he was hearing voices that urged him to harm them and that he was a threat to their safety. Now, did they ever present these concerns to a professional? Did they take him to a doctor or a therapist or a psychiatrist? No. Instead, Patricia essentially turned her entire family against this poor boy. She created an unbreakable mentality of us versus him within their household. And because of that, these people felt justified in using extreme violence and abuse and torture to control Alex. And the things that they did to this poor child, nauseating, just absolutely heart-wrenching and stomach-turning. For starters, they routinely physically assaulted Alex. They would hit him, slap him, kick him, punch him, choke him. They frequently bludgeoned him with various objects, including a wooden paddle. Of course, all of this resulted in various different injuries, different cuts and scrapes and bruises. They also forced Alex to complete grueling exercises as different forms of punishment. Things like jumping jacks and wall sits, extended squats, lunges. This was day in and day out. So as you can imagine, this kid was exhausted. He was battered. He was bruised. He was very clearly not doing well, which might make you wonder, like, why didn't Alex's school notice this? Why didn't they raise concerns? Or why didn't they clock these red flags for his well-being? And the answer to that is simple. When Patricia started to feel as though the abuse might be becoming too obvious, which I'll get more into later, but merely as an act of self-preservation, in late 2019, Patricia actually opted to remove Alex from public school under the guise that she would now be homeschooling him from that point on. Spoiler alert, no the fuck she was not. In my opinion, the motive behind this was clear and obvious. By removing him from the watchful eye of these dozens of mandatory reporters at Alex's school, Patricia and her family now had total freedom to do whatever they wanted to this poor kid. This abuse was escalating rapidly, and things with Alex were getting harder to hide. So rather than risking having people poking around or asking questions, Patricia simply pulled him out of school before anyone even got the chance. And what is insane about that is that Patricia legally, she shouldn't have been able to do this. She was not Alex's legal guardian. When he had moved to Montana, Alicia had signed over temporary legal guardianship to Tommy. However, when Tommy died, that legal guardianship reverted back to Alicia. So when Patricia came around talking about pulling him out of school, at the very least, Alicia should have been contacted. But that never happened. Patricia simply filed paperwork with the West Yellowstone School District, claiming that she was going to be homeschooling Alex. She and James both signed paperwork as if they were Alex's legal guardians, even though they were not. And then they took him home. No questions asked. They holed him up in their little torture house where they would ultimately beat and starve him to death. Yeah, on top of the non-stop physical assaults, these evil people also routinely starved Alex as yet another means of punishment, despite the fact that they had plenty of food, more than enough to go around. These hill people deliberately kept their food locked up as a means of making sure that Alex could not eat. Mind you, Alex was a healthy and well-fed boy when he had come to live with them in Montana. But over the course of this abuse and this starvation, his weight had dropped down to barely 100 pounds. But what were all these punishments for, you may be wondering? And to that I say, it depends on who you ask. According to teachers and to faculty at Alex's school, prior to Patricia withdrawing him, yeah, Alex had some small behavioral issues consistent with ADHD, which, mind you, Alex was diagnosed with and medicated for. But according to Alex's superintendent, his behavior had actually started to really improve prior to Patricia withdrawing him from the school. From Patricia's point of view, though, well, she claimed that Alex was some sort of devil child who, quote unquote, drove her nuts. She claimed that he was violent and erratic. She said he was suicidal and that his behavior was getting worse with each passing day. However, when asked to elaborate on that, shockingly, she could not. And that's because, in my opinion, Alex was likely none of those things. I think the reality of the situation is that Patricia, she just viewed Alex as a burden. To be frank, I think she resented the notion of having to care for him. And that is crazy when you consider the fact that he is quite literally her grandson. You would think that having this surviving piece of her son around, the son that she claims to have loved so much, wouldn't you think that would have been like this deep, great comfort to her? She should have wanted nothing more than to love and to protect this little boy. Having this piece of Tommy should have been the highlight of her life, but obviously she did not view things this way. I do not personally believe for a second that Alex was any true danger to her or to her family. If she truly believed that he was, why would she not try to get help for him or like have him committed, do anything to get him out of her house. She didn't do any of those things. Instead, she and the freaking cast of The Hills Have Eyes that she calls family treated poor Alex like their own personal punching bag. They took all of their worldly frustrations out on an innocent little boy, a child that did nothing to them. And yet they treated him as if he was something less than human. Actually, that was something that Patricia would frequently say to Alex. She would tell him constantly, "You are not even human. You are just some kind of thing." This woman deeply and viscerally hated this child. So why did she keep him around? Why was she doing everything in her power to block Alicia from contacting him so that she could keep him under her roof? Again, my friends, very simple answer. Money. When Tommy passed away, his $750 monthly Social Security check defaulted to Alex. That money was technically Alex's property. But you know what a 12-year-old doesn't know jack shit about? Social Security and death benefits. So Patricia figured that as long as she could keep Alex at her address, then Tommy's checks would keep showing up. And she wasn't wrong. The only flaw in her plan was that Alex was a person. He had thoughts and feelings. He had just gone through the traumatic death of his father, and he was steamrolling towards puberty. Do I think he was the demonic hellspawn that Patricia paints him out to have been? Absolutely not. I think he was just a regular neurodivergent little boy that was going through a hard time. And apparently to Patricia, that was just like hella inconvenient. Yeah, maybe he had some minor behavioral issues, but if anything, they were likely in response to the way that these people were treating him. Because to reiterate, everyone in that house, again, including the 6-year-old, at one point or another participated in the heinous things that were done to Alex. I know that I keep referencing Patricia in particular, but they were all guilty of being cruel and abusive and neglectful and torturous to Alex. I will get more into some of specifically what the other family members did in a little bit. I am certainly not ignoring or negating their involvement. I'm not trying to downplay it in any way. It's just that at this point, it is pretty obvious to me that Patricia was the ringleader of this whole circus. A circus, mind you, that went on like this for like 2 years, from shortly after Tommy's death right up until February 3rd, 2020. This was devastatingly when Alex finally succumbed to everything that these evil monsters had put him through. It was right around 6:30 in the morning that Monday when the Gallatin County Sheriff's Office received a 911 call reporting that 12-year-old Alex had passed away on the living room floor of the Batts-Sasser home. And when police arrived at the house, it only took minutes for Patricia to start trying to lay groundwork for her damage control. She told police that Alex's death was the tragic result of his own erratic, self-harming behavior. She told them that Alex frequently tried to hurt himself, whether it was by hitting himself, slamming his head into things, or even purposefully running into walls or into doors. She claimed that she had fallen asleep on the living room sofa after watching the Super Bowl the previous night, and that she believed that Alex had chosen to sleep on the floor in the living room as well. She said that she had heard him make a few strange noises throughout the night, but that even with that, she had been completely blindsided that morning when she had woken up and discovered him lying there, completely unresponsive. When police spoke with James, he told them that he had actually turned in early the previous night. He told them that he had slept through the Super Bowl and everything else that had gone on the night before, and that he didn't notice that Alex was lying dead on the living room floor when he had left for work that morning. Just a real head in the clouds type of guy, I guess. Thankfully, though, it didn't take police long to come to the conclusion that Patricia was completely full of shit. It couldn't have been more obvious that this boy had absolutely been through it prior to his death. His body was covered in bruises and in wounds that were all in different various stages of healing, which suggested to police a long-standing pattern of abuse. Of course, we know that Alex was emaciated by the time he died from months and months of being denied access to food. Actually, that was something else that police clocked pretty quickly, the fact that all the food in the house was locked up. Of course, Patricia and James tried to explain away the different concerns that police obviously had when it came to their stories. They started desperately rattling off specific injuries that Alex had that they were trying to explain away how he had inflicted upon himself. I mean, at one point, they got so desperate that they threw their son Jimmy under the bus, telling police that he and Alex had gotten into a fight the previous night. That said, though, realizing the implications that came from this, in an attempt to take some of the heat off of their troglodyte son, Patricia insisted that the fight hadn't been that bad and that, to her knowledge, Alex hadn't sustained any head injuries during it. And this was in reference to a massive gash that Alex had on his head at the time of his death, which Jimmy tried to explain away as coming from Alex running himself into the family's entertainment stand. Ultimately, the Montana State Crime Lab would determine that Alex's cause of death was due to blunt force trauma to the back of the head, and they determined that his manner of death was a clear and undeniable homicide. And since police were absolutely not buying any of the horse crap that Patricia and her clan were selling, they immediately began a formal investigation into Alex's death. With this investigation, police pretty much immediately seized the family's electronic devices. And when I tell you that they likely could have never imagined the veritable treasure trove of evidence that they now had before them, oh my God, brace yourselves. On these 4 Neanderthals' phones, police found, I shit you not, hundreds of different photos and videos and audio recordings, all just blatantly documenting the vile and atrocious things that these people did to Alex. They had literally handed over to police a time-stamped visual record of damn near every single instance of abuse that they were guilty of. Like, how dumb are you? I mean, to have the cognitive deficits to participate in this type of cruelty, that's one thing. But to be so unbelievably, mind-numbingly stupid as to record it all? Don't get me wrong. I love to see a stupid criminal. We love a fast and undeniably accurate conclusion to a case. But just, what are you thinking? How sick and fucking twisted in the head do you have to be to, watch this shit back again at a later date? There were so many videos that they took of Alex just crying in pain, rocking back and forth and sobbing and writhing. Videos of him literally crying out and saying things like, "This hurts so much and I fucking hate this." Of course, oftentimes in these videos, you can hear Patricia providing her vitriolic commentary, telling Alex that no one cares about him and again that he is less than human. There were videos of Jimmy beating Alex with a piece of wood. There was at least one video of the 6-year-old spraying Alex in the face with what I believe was later determined to be isopropyl alcohol. So that's sick. There were numerous videos of him being forced to do jumping jacks or squats or lunges for so long that he was on the verge of incontinence. There were also instances documented where, despite his exhaustion, Patricia would sleep deprive Alex. There's a video where you can see him pinned between a couch and a wall with his arms in the air. He's shirtless, so you can see that he is covered in welts and red marks from, I'm sure, his numerous other beatings that day. And during this session, whenever Alex would try to rest his head or start to fall asleep, that is when Patricia, from behind the camera, would start screaming at him to wake up. There were videos where Alex was forced to stand outside in various states of undress in the freezing cold, or they would temperature torture him inside by making him stand basically naked in front of multiple different fans. Meanwhile, these assholes are all standing around in coats, bundled up like Randy from a fucking Christmas Story. There were even videos of people who weren't part of this family that were apparently allowed to come over and to pummel Alex whenever they saw fit. Truly, the things that this family put this boy through, like I said, disgusting, reprehensible. There aren't strong enough words. These are just some of the hundreds of videos and photos that police recovered. And as if all that wasn't damning enough in the case against this family, there were also plenty of text messages recovered from all of their phones, showing that they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew exactly what kind of damage they were doing to Alex, and they knew exactly where this was all ultimately headed. Just 2 weeks before Alex died, Jimmy sent a text message to James, bitching about Alex and telling him that he was going to, quote, end up killing him that day. And apparently, these two would text about Alex and the abuse that they were putting him through quite frequently. Prior to those last messages, Jimmy had also sent a video to his father showing Alex outside in just a t-shirt in the middle of the frigid Montana winter, to which James responded, "Be careful. Don't let him die of hypothermia." Madison, Patricia and James' daughter, she also had quite the habit of texting people about her disdain for Alex as well. She once texted her boyfriend saying that Alex was, quote, no better than a piece of shit off my shoe. And she stated that she wished that he would, quote, fucking go die in the woods. She also texted her boyfriend once telling him that she had, quote, beat the shit out of Alex so hard that her hands now hurt. You know, as if she's the victim in all of this. Her dumbass also texted some of her friends the night of Alex's death, telling them that she thought that her brother might have killed him. Because, you know, that's definitely how you handle that situation. You definitely text your degenerate little friends instead of calling the police. 100%. That is absolutely the way to go about handling that situation. Just the lack of humanity displayed amongst these 5 people is just, it's beyond normal human comprehension. That not one of them had the wherewithal to step back and be like, yo, what the fuck are we doing? I cannot even fathom how these people lived with themselves. In addition to the videos and the photos and the text messages that will no doubt haunt these investigators for life, police also recovered Google searches made by Jimmy that pretty much completely contradicted Patricia's claims that he hadn't hit Alex in the head that night during their final altercation. Searches for things like symptoms of a brain injury and how do you know if someone has a concussion. And let's be honest, if this 14-year-old boy was hip to the fact that Alex clearly wasn't doing well, then you have to think that Patricia also knew that things were getting serious. Yet, true to her pattern of being a fucking heartless bitch, she made absolutely no attempts to contact anyone to try to get Alex any sort of help. No matter what injuries were inflicted on this poor boy at any given time, Patricia never took him to a doctor. She never called emergency services. She never herself took him to the hospital. She did nothing for him. She simply sat back and allowed the violence and the abuse in her house to escalate to the point where this child lost his life. Shit, she didn't just allow it, she encouraged it. And the whole time, she mocked Alex mercilessly any chance she got. This woman is a monster, as is her husband and the hellspawn that she squirted out. If I can say anything positive about this situation, it was that because of these people's stupidity, because of the fact that they brazenly documented damn near everything that they did to this poor child, thankfully, the investigation was pretty quick. Within just 9 days, Patricia, James, and Jimmy were all arrested. Patricia was charged with felony deliberate homicide, aggravated kidnapping, criminal child endangerment, and strangulation of a family member. James was charged with felony deliberate homicide, criminal child endangerment, and tampering with a witness. And Jimmy was charged with felony deliberate homicide. What's crazy though is that initially, Madison wasn't charged or even arrested. I'm assuming that's because police hadn't sifted through all of the digital evidence yet, so they probably hadn't stumbled across the stuff that I mentioned before. Once they did though, they very quickly started to realize that she was definitely just as involved in what had happened to Alex as the rest of her family was. She was ultimately arrested in Texas in March of 2020. I guess she'd moved down there to live with family and to finish up high school following her parents' arrest the previous month. Once detained, she was charged with both felony aggravated kidnapping as well as negligent homicide. And then, plot twist arrest, there was also a fifth person that was ultimately arrested in relation to Alex's abuse. 18-year-old Gage Roush, who is simply referred to as a family friend, was arrested and charged with felony assault on a minor after police found a video of him hitting Alex with a wooden paddle. Jimmy was the first to have his day in court. He pled guilty to the charges brought against him in October of 2020. Initially, if he had gone to trial, the prosecution intended to try him as an adult. However, because he had opted to plead guilty, they allowed him to stay within the juvenile system rather than sending him to an adult prison. As part of his plea deal, Jimmy was required to provide a formal admission of his actions in open court, detailing in this statement exactly what happened to Alex the night that he died. In court, Jimmy explained that night he had been duct taped to Alex. I guess this was a common practice of Patricia's, meant to keep Alex from running away. Evidently, though, at one point or another that evening, the tape had started to come loose. And while Jimmy was trying to fix it, Alex moved, which caused him to accidentally touch a heater, which I'm assuming burned him. Him, Jimmy, not him, Alex. And in response to this, in a fit of uncontrollable rage, Jimmy then got up and started attacking Alex. He punched him and pummeled him and pushed him just over and over and over again until Alex finally went limp. And then, as we know, shortly thereafter, Alex became unresponsive before ultimately succumbing to his injuries. In response to his plea and to his confession, Jimmy was sentenced to serve time in a juvenile facility until he turned 18 years old, at which time he would be released on probation until he was 25. Gage went to court next, pleading guilty to his charges in November of 2020. He was given a 5-year deferred sentence and ordered to undergo mandatory counseling. Bummer for James, though, as of last year, so May of 2025, he actually found himself behind bars again after failing to register as a violent offender. I did search for him on the Montana Department of Corrections website, and it doesn't appear as though he's still incarcerated. So if he is out, let's just hope that he got the help that he needs and that he is no longer a danger to the community. Madison's proceedings came next. She pled guilty to felony aggravated kidnapping in January of 2021, with part of her plea agreement being that she was to testify against her parents. In exchange for her cooperation, her negligent homicide charges were dropped, and she was ultimately only ordered to serve probation until she was 25. Following Madison, James was up next. He went to court in August of 2021, where he pled guilty to deliberate homicide by association, felony child endangerment, and felony tampering with a witness. He was sentenced to essentially 100 years in prison. He was given 100 years for his homicide charge and then 10 years for each of the other charges. And then all of his sentences, the judge ended up ordering to be served concurrently. And finally, that brings us right back around to the Wicked Witch herself, Patricia freaking Batts. This woman knowingly and deliberately brainwashed her children into thinking that Alex was a danger to them. She led them to believe that by participating in this abuse, that in some sick and twisted way, that they were actually helping her to protect their family. She lied to and she manipulated her family. She beat and tortured and starved this little boy. She traumatized her children. She ruined their lives, and she facilitated the end of another completely innocent child's entire life. And all for what? $750 fucking dollars a month. Are you actually kidding me? Honestly, I think that this woman is pure evil. Right to her very core. Maybe the $750 was like a nice bonus for her or whatever. But when you peel back the layers of who this woman truly is, I genuinely believe that she got some sort of sick satisfaction out of playing puppeteer with her family. I think she got some sort of thrill out of seeing what she could get them to do next. How far could she push it? What could she truly get them to do to this child? I think she is a sadist, and I think she genuinely enjoyed seeing pain be inflicted on Alex. Whether it was by her own hand or not, I don't think she cared. I think she is fucked up in the head. And if you asked me what I thought, if you asked me if anyone involved in this nightmare deserved the death penalty, I would have 100% said that it was her. However, unfortunately, like her kinfolk before her, Patricia, too, opted to take a plea deal rather than to risk her odds at trial. She pled guilty in May of 2023 to deliberate homicide, to felony criminal child endangerment, and to felony witness tampering. She was sentenced to life in prison for the homicide charge and to 2 concurrent 10-year sentences for the other charges. Obviously, if you've done the math, she and James are the only 2 out of this whole mess that are actually still serving any time. And there's a lot of mixed opinions about that. Personally, I would have liked to have seen Madison and Gage actually serve some time behind bars for this. I certainly don't think that life sentences were in order like they were for Patricia and James, but I think that given the fact that there was proof that they had both physically participated in the violence against Alex, I do think that some jail time for both of them would have been a lot more appropriate than just straight to probation. As for Jimmy, again, I think that he should have gotten more time than he did. I think I would have liked to have seen him in prison until he was at least 25. I know I said that these children were evil, but I do also understand that they were manipulated by their mother. No doubt they were under her thumb, and that should certainly be taken into consideration, but I think that Jimmy needed to be supervised very closely for much longer than he was, just to really make sure that the violence that his mother had embedded in him was truly deconstructed. The things that he did to Alex were awful, and I just cannot imagine the long-term impacts that that might have on someone who participates in that kind of brutality, all while their brain is still trying to develop. Like, that's gotta fuck you up. Right? And oh my God, the 6-year-old? Surely he didn't understand what was really going on, but spending so much time in an environment like that, where violence to this degree was so normalized and so routine. It's my understanding that that child was adopted following all of this, and that things with him seem okay. I wasn't able to find too much information on that, but that's the impression that I got based off of an interview that I listened to with Alex's mom. To her knowledge, the 6-year-old is in therapy and he's with a loving family, and he is getting / has gotten the help that he needs. But even so, it is so sad that because of the flaws in all of these systems that are put in place to protect children, because these systems all have such massive loopholes in them and massive cracks in their foundations, Alex slipped right through them. He should have never been able to have been taken out of school by Patricia, at least not without Alicia's expressed consent. But because the school had no legal way and no provision in place to verify Patricia's custodial status, this effectively made it possible for Alex to disappear from the system. Patricia effortlessly took him away from the teachers and the staff and the school that could have helped him. These people are mandatory reporters. It is their job to identify and to report suspected cases of child abuse. And then on top of that, it should have never been so easy for Patricia to keep Alex from his mother. Alicia tried multiple times to contact authorities to get them to check on Alex, but because there was no reason for her to believe that Alex was in imminent danger, her concerns were never taken seriously. And then by the time that any evidence of danger actually came to light, it was too late. Shit, you could go as far as to link Alex's death to systematic failures in the Social Security Administration. I mean, these kind of things, they aren't new. Patricia Batts is not the first person to exploit this system. Sure, she was on record as the approved party to receive the benefits that Alex had inherited from Tommy, but she was never obligated to show any sort of proof of Alex's well-being. She was simply required to document for them how she was spending their money. It is all such a mess. So many failures and so many breakdowns, so many missed opportunities, all of which came together to form this perfect storm that ultimately resulted in the loss of a beautiful and vibrant, just sweet little boy. And unfortunately, you guys, with that, we are about wrapped for today. Rest in peace to poor Alex. At just 12 years old, he deserved more than to end up in one of these horrific headlines. He was an amazing little boy who loved sports and food and spending time with his family. He was a kind and lively kid whose laughter could and would very easily fill a room. He was the kind of kid that would give his lunch away to a classmate in need if he ever noticed that someone didn't have food of their own. His loss has devastated those closest to him: his mother, his stepfather, his older sister, and older brother. He should have had many, many, many more decades on this earth, but instead his life was maliciously stolen from him by people that he should have been able to trust. Since his death, there have been legislative efforts levied in Montana to hopefully close some of those loopholes that I mentioned earlier in child welfare and in the homeschooling systems. So I suppose, if nothing else, we can try to find hope in the idea that although his life was tragically cut short, Alex's story has hopefully become a catalyst for real and desperately needed change. So yeah. Let me know your thoughts on this case in the comments down below. As always, I thank you so much for taking the time to watch this video and to listen to this story. And of course, another huge thank you goes out to Stacy for requesting this one. Stacy, if you happen to be watching and there is any additional information that you would like to add or anything that you feel I may have missed, please make sure to leave a comment down below and I will make sure to pin it to the top of the comment section. Once again, I so deeply appreciate you bringing this case to my attention, and I humbly thank you for trusting me with something that is so close and so personal to you. If you have a case or a topic you'd like to see me cover, please fill out the case submission form that I have linked down in the description. And if you haven't already and you'd like to, go ahead and subscribe to my channel. I put out new videos every week, but if you turn on your post notification, you'll always be notified when I do post, and you will always be sure to catch me back here in my next one. Until then though, stay safe and have a good week. Bye guys.